let's do Biden's Supreme Court.
From the Supreme Court's monumental decisions last week, the court banned affirmative action in higher education and rolled back protections for LGBTQ rights. It also struck down President Biden's plan to cancel student debt for an estimated 20 million Americans. The president says he's now committed to a new approach. CBS News' Skylar Henry is there on the front lawn of the White House. Skylar, good to see you. Good morning.
Hey, Ed, good morning. Good to see you as well. Well, just hours after the Supreme Court's decision, the president announced he had plans to pursue a new plan to take on student loan forgiveness under the Higher Education Act. It's something progressives have called for as the political fight over the court intensifies.
These are the types of rulings that signal a dangerous creep towards authoritarianism.
Cancel student debt!
Progressives taking aim at the Supreme Court on Sunday and calling for the Biden administration to forgive some student loans and freeze interest payments.
When people out there are saying that they are relying.
Dude, Ro Khanna is such a interesting figure. That's all I'm going to say. With his politics. I mean, he's so Silicon Valley.
On this, we should at least pause it until that is forgiven.
Just hours after the Supreme Court struck down his student loan
Do they
forgiveness
take pictures like this every time they make a ruling?
They're flexing. Yeah. They're just you know, they look hot. What's wrong with that? They're just
sure.
The president vowed to take action by using the
Bro, he was in the top stock market traders in all of Congress. Actually, no, not just him. His 4-year-old daughter was, as a matter of fact.
Nice.
So
cool to raise smart children.
Yeah, y'all just hate a fucking girl boss winning, dude. Y'all just hate to see a girl boss win and win big in the stock market.
The Higher Education Act.
This new path is legally sound. It's going to take longer, but in my view, it's the best path that remains to provide
got a lot of time.
as many borrowers as possible with debt relief.
Borrowers like Rob Novicus, who owes roughly $50,000 in student loan debt.
It's frustrating. You know, I have my daughter, we have a mortgage, credit card debt. So to know that in another month or two, I'm going to have an additional $500 to pay, it's tough.
But Republican presidential candidates this weekend pushed back on the criticism of the court.
When the court makes decisions that they don't like, all of a sudden the court is, you know, a not normal court, according to President Biden.
And widely hailed the Supreme Court's ruling to strike down affirmative action in college admissions.
There may have been a time when affirmative action was necessary.
I think
to open
the
the
craziest
door.
thing about conservative, anti-university stuff is that they do these two opposite things at the same time. Like on one hand, they're like, you know, these elitists at university, like it's not useful there, and you know they're out of touch. But then at the same time, they push for all these things to only let rich people go to university, to just get poor people out of there entirely.
Yeah.
It's so just like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't have to make sense. It's just like they're just hitting every angle that they can. The harsh reality of Creator Clash 2.
Is this from a while ago?
No, it just came out.
Oh.
I don't know. What is it about? What's happening there? Why'd you send this to me? We'll put it on the docket.
Of all of our schools and universities, but I think that time has passed.
And in another 6-3.
Also, they all went to Harvard. Like, every single person that's like, man, these college institutions are so fucking elitist. It's like, bro, you literally went to Harvard.
Well, so you cancel debt, they'll be less elitist. You'll get normal people in there.
Yeah, but they don't want that. They keep saying that's like also elitist. I fucking hate it. I'm so tired of talking about these shitheads.
Ruling, the Supreme Court sided with a Christian graphic artist who opposes making custom wedding websites for same-sex couples, widely viewed as a blow to LGBTQ protections.
Whenever I hear Christian graphic artist, I picture that.
You know, guys, President Biden was kind of dragged into this kicking and screaming because he had said
those comics, and there's that guy in the corner making like smart little quips.
Student loan program has set up.
No, it doesn't matter.
What did you say? Say that again.
Whenever I hear like Christian graphic artists, I think of that awesome guy where it's like he does those comics like anti-woke stuff, and there's always like a
Stone Toss.
Yeah, is that him? There's a little bald guy with
like
glasses in the corner, like making little quips about the.
No, never mind. You think of Ben Garrison.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Ben Garrison. Stone Toss is just like a straight Nazi. Well, Ben Garrett, I mean, it's hard to differentiate at this point. Scott Adams is the Dilbert guy, if that's who you're talking about.
Oh, no. Wait, Dilbert's not right wing. I don't even know what... Is it? I don't know anything about it.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I remember just seeing
no,
it around when I was a
Dilbert
kid,
itself,
and I thought it was
I don't
about
think
work.
Dilbert itself was not right wing, but the guy who makes Dilbert went like insane mode.
Yeah.
He went bananas mode.
That's so weird to focus on like alienation in like a corporate workplace and then just go the other way.
Dilbert is fascist? Yeah. Dilbert itself is anti-work. Yeah, but he went from like, I don't know what happened. It's just like, I mean, I do know what happened. If I dived a little bit deeper into the psyche of the American person, the average American person who like wrote about how work is shit, you keep writing about how work is shit, how work is shitty, it's whatever. But then there's no actual analysis of like alienation. There's no actual analysis from a dialectical materialist perspective. So then you end up looking for different avenues that create these forms of oppression because you feel it, you experience it, but you have no one telling you like this is the reason why you feel the way that you do because society is designed in a way to churn out these outcomes. So then you ultimately become further and further right wing. That's just how it works. You become more and more reactionary because at least one side is telling you, oh, no, it's the Mexicans. That's the reason why you feel this way. It's gay people. That's the reason why that's the reason why your boss is shitting on you every day and you can't really do anything about it. It's certainly not a severe lack of labor protections or how difficult it is to unionize your workplace or demand better wages, fairer wages, demand more time off from work. You can't do any of that at all. So that's it. That's how you become this like right-wing maniac over the course of many, many years. And then ultimately, all kinds of reactionary politics, because it's rooted in like spiritual and mystified versions of class politics. It has to end up having like a villain, and we all know who the villains are. Canadians. I was kidding. It's Jewish people. That's who they always vilify. There has to be an in-group, and who better to utilize than like the villains historically throughout pogroms and blood libel and centuries of tradition. So, Canadians mean as fuck. Yeah, I'm just kidding about the Canada thing, but that's how it works, right? Would you say?
Yeah.
You have any input on that?
That was pretty thorough.
Yeah.
Shit. Depressing.
Read my last message. That website woman lied about her story of a gay couple wanting a website from her. Turned out that one of the guys is actually straight and has a wife and a kid and is also a web designer. Yeah, no, we know that there was no standing in that court case.
That's just like getting rid of the competition. You want to destroy another web designer.
There was literally two circumstances. There were both of the pivotal Supreme Court decisions that came down came on issues with no standing. The student loan debt relief and the gay one was both circumstances where there was like no real harm being conducted, even from like a legal sense, where the Missouri Attorney General pushed forward the student loan debt relief as harm to an institution in the state of Missouri that itself claimed like, no, there's no harm here. Like, this is ridiculous. There's no standing in this court case. And the same goes for this woman who was like supposed to be designing wedding websites or whatever, this graphic designer. There was no gay couple that came to her. It was a pure hypothetical.
I think it was a little like backdoor deal. Like Biden had to cave on the discrimination bill, and then they could give him an excuse to not do student debt relief. Like a sweet deal.
I mean, I don't even fucking know. Maybe. Is the constant cycle of inventing a problem and legislating an American right a way to solve the problem? Already happened with CRT, which was an exactly zero pre-college curricula. Yeah, but that wasn't even CRT. They just called everything everything related to black people being human, being seen as human in American history as CRT. CRT is when you say like, well, you know, I know there was robust debate on slavery amongst the founders, but you know who wasn't in the conversation? The black people that were enslaved, because they were human back then too. That's like considered CRT.
When people learn about slavery, like in high school, what are they learning?
I mean, I didn't go here. I didn't go to high school here either. But from what I understand, they feature it like the way I just told you. Like they don't factor in the humanity of black people when they're talking about slavery circa abolition.
Right.
Like they literally do not. Where they just say like, oh, it's a mixed bag. There's robust debate. But the founders were imperfect, but they were great. Actually, they don't even say imperfect. They say that they were great and they were perfect and wonderful. You know?
Yeah, we had a similar thing in Australia. Like there is like some kind of effort to like talk about, you know, Indigenous Australian things in high school, but it was still so watered down and weird. I think like there are a lot of like right-wing institutions in Australia that have a say in these things. And like, I remember just like not really understanding the big deal about genocide in Australia up until I went to uni.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
same
even
with,
though we covered it.
Same with Armenian genocide in Turkey. That is the way it's taught, which is really weird because like you think about it, you think about like maybe not even Australia, but you think about Turkey and like the way they teach Armenian genocide. And you go, what the fuck? That's unacceptable. But then you like, okay, same shit in Japan with World War II, same shit with America and its indigenous, and it's like horrifying realities of like indigenous genocide and mass enslavement of black people that they shipped from Africa in chains. You know what I mean? It's every country does that. It's not excusable, by the way, but it is interesting when like I hear Americans scoff at other countries doing that. Like my favorite New York Times piece where it was, have you ever seen this? Wait, hold on. Look. At China's new museum, history toes party line. Beijing. At the elaborately renovated National Museum of China in Tiananmen Square, visitors interested in the recent history of the world's fastest rising power can gaze at the cowboy hat that Deng Xiaoping once wore when he visited the United States, or admire the bullhorn that President Hu Jintao used to exhort people to overcome hardship after the Sichuan earthquake in 2008.
I don't know about that. That sounds sick.
Wait, okay, both of these things are sick. This is not even the article I was looking for. This is an older one that they wrote. Hold on, let me see if I can find that.
Find the bullhorn.
The new one. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This one's the new one. Red tourism flourishes in China ahead of party Centennial. New and improved attractions dedicated to the Communist Party's history, or a sanitized version of it, are drawing crowds.
Damn,
it's like, bro, it's a museum. What do you mean? Have you been to an American museum? Like,
oh god,
this is why I love talking about like American history, or America as though it's like a foreign adversary state.
Yeah. I mean, it's the most useful way to talk about anything.
Yeah.
Puts everyone on the same playing field.
I went through high school in Florida in the early 2000s. It basically varied by teacher. For 1 year, they teach American history. The whitewash version, next year, you get a lived up teacher. They do a field trip to a plantation and focus on how brutal the slave conditions were. Yeah. Sir, will you be attending Joecella? You will be billed higher than Doug Emhoff. So stupid.
This is actually him.
Yeah, no, they did it. Joecella.
They didn't call it Joecella, just
they should have.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious.
Joecella Jack. This is a native chieftain's headdress that we could return to the tribe if we wanted to, but would rather keep it in a museum. Also, you know, they were barbarian savages that we civilized with our actions by killing them. So, you know, I love that. I do love that.
China's teaching a sanitized version of their history.
It's so fucked up and so unique. Museum. It's so unique to China. No other like colonial empire in the West has ever done that. So it's like, again, just very unique to China.
I can't wait to see like the start of like CRT style China stuff, where all these Chinese people will be like, no, that's not what the Cultural Revolution was. Like, yeah, just spreading lies.
Speaking of the museum, you need to go to China to see Mao's actual body embalmed here. Wait, what?
It.
You have?
Oh yeah.
Was it sick?
Yeah, it was cool. It was like a long line, but it was one of those, like, it was nice.
We have Anıt Kabir for Ataturk.
When did he die?
When did he die?
Yeah.
Fuck, when did he die? Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot.
Because they've got like...
I'm such a bad Turk.
There's a hierarchy of embalmed leaders. Like Lenin,
no, I don't
Lenin
think,
looks like shit.
No, I don't think Ataturk was embalmed.
Oh.
You can't see it.
Oh, okay.
But I was just saying, like, it's pretty sick. Like, it's a cool monument. It's massive.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in Ankara.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't see it.
1938. I mean, this sounds right. Yeah, he hasn't died. He lives in our hearts, bro. That's why I didn't know. I forgot. Wow, you really are Greek? No, forgetting that is actually kind of wild because that's like, you know, the only thing in Ankara is true. It's not even a joke. Ankara is shit.
Some of you guys call your leader daddy. So strange.
No. Ata just means like it's no different than founding father.
Ah, okay.
It's the same. It's not like daddy. Ata means like the name. So the surname revolution happened, right? Alongside many other like westernization, modernization efforts for Turkey. And everyone was choosing their surnames. That's why my grandfather at the time chose the last name Piker. I think originally we were Bekiroğlu, but there were so many of them that he wanted to be like, he just wanted to be fucking cool. Like he just was like, I'm going to pick Piker. I'm going to change it. And that's why it sounds so weird. But
Where did that come from? Oh, you just...
Bekiroğlu, which means son of Bekir.
No, I mean Piker. Where did that come from?
My grandfather literally made it
up. Yeah.
Just straight up made it up. So every Turk had an opportunity, a unique opportunity to just like pick their fucking last name. So he just like modified Bekiroğlu and turned it into Piker. And the last name given to Atatürk was Atatürk. Mustafa Kemal was his first name, middle name. And Atatürk means like the ancestor of Turk. Okay. Like, or the founding father of Turk. That's what it means. What would you have picked? I don't know. I like my last name though. Yo, did you or Boy's great grandparents fight each other at Gallipoli?
I'm not Australian. I mean, we fought each other on the other side. Like,
yeah, our ancestors fought. Our ancestors fought, but in Serbia.
My last name started from a bit of regicide. My
really?
great whatever grandfather killed a local sultan. Killed a Turkish guy.
Bullshit.
It was actually a sick story.
Oh, it's fucked up.
It's so good.
Don't even tell that to me, dude. It's fucked up. My epigenetic memories are kicking in right now.
It was hot as well. It was like a thirst trap kind of thing.
Wait, what?
It was they're originally from Montenegro, and there was a what do you call it, like prima nocta or whatever, like where the local feudal lord gets to have sex with
the wife of whatever
on the wedding day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this guy whose name was Vulo got married, and his wife was meant to go have sex with the local sultan, and he dresses up as his wife and goes there and then kills him, and then they flee.
He was a cross-dresser?
Yeah, he was a cross-dresser.
Damn. That is sick. That's a sick story.
That's nice. And he flees to Serbia and
even though you
makes his last
killed
name
one of my ancestors, it's kind of fucked up, but no, that is actually badass.
Yeah. That's
dope.
It runs in the family.
Yeah, cross-dressing assassination, that's fire. See, look, Serbian people were just never grateful for their Ottoman overlords. Okay, it's really fucked up. We're not gonna get into it.
Yeah, you gave our girls better dick. You know, we weren't thankful enough for it.
This is what the Republicans are afraid of. Yeah,
cross-dressing assassins.
Did they have sex though before the killing? Oh yeah, did he throw it back?
He'd have to, right?
He's like, this is wow. Pussy. He's like, this pussy reminds me of the boy pussy I had in my conquests. Why is it so good? This pussy is so much better. Because that's what they used to do. They would go out to war and like fuck boys.
Children,
yeah. I mean, it's true. Like, what do you mean? Don't throw Haas. It's like literally history. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it's like, this is familiar. Half of the Sultan's wives were Serbian. You're half Serbian.
Everyone,
it's true.
Everyone in the world.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I would be. I've never done like a 23 in me. Is it 22 in me? I don't fucking know. Whatever. But hey, yo, your ancestors are sus. Yeah, totally. Famously, no one else practiced that tradition. What do you mean?
Also, as if like that. That's what you would if you were the Sultan. That's the rule you'd make. What are you talking about? Anywhere.
Hasan, this Serbian bussy got me questioning my loyalty to the Sultan. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Sultan's the guy providing you with Serbian bussy, though. So, like, that's who you're loyal to.
This, what else was I gonna say? Hold on. Oh, as far as like my lineage, my genetic lineage goes, like I have fucking no clue. Like I don't know.
I think it's all mixed.
Apparently, there were many gay sultans. Dude, homosexuality was not as like frowned upon until the Catholic Church came around and was like, no, this is like. I've talked about this a lot. People get very mad at me when I speak about this, but like Christianity realized two things. Okay, you gotta keep it in the household. Have like two parents living with each other so they can have many farm hands. They can like keep pumping out babies because a lot of them are going to fucking die. And unfortunately for everybody else, like, when you go out to battle or you go out to war, like fucking man butt seemed significantly better as an alternative. And then when you were living in the cities or if you were living in like, if you were living the traditional lifestyle in a bigger populated area, then you would go and fuck prostitutes. So, they had to combat that somehow. So they decided, let's just make it sinful, bad thing. Yeah. That's a lot of that comes from that interpretation, that biblical interpretation. Yeah. Prostitutes and gay sex being illegal comes from that for the most part. It's the most reductive way to describe it. Priests were like, only we get to have the only we get to have that. Fuck you guys. You're actually Serbian, hence being so tall. Are Serbs tall?
Yeah, they're
I guess
tall.
Jokic.
They're Jokic. It's not like the tallest country, but it's the tallest. The Dinaric Alps is like the tallest region in the world. So everything from, I don't know, the mountains of Bosnia to Montenegro to,
You get teary-eyed when talking about this.
Yeah, we're real tall.
Yeah. Anyway.
A good book about this subject is Caliban and the Witch by Silvia Federici.
Bro, the average height in the Dinaric Alps is 6'1". What the fuck?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been possible to cross-dress and kill someone as a 6'1" guy.
I can't read any of these. I can't see any of these conversations. I'm blocked. Okay, so Ugopnik told you about this. You are Serb, maybe. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take Kai out real quick. I think she needs to pee. But here, you watch this.
Keep watching the university.
Yeah, you keep watching the Chinese university student do fucking propaganda for the same thing.
Building is our library, and my memories here are beginning to blur.
Very quiet here because many students come here to study or sleep.
I thought a lot of them were sleeping here, and when I walked in, I realized I was wrong.
No one was sleeping.
Very different from when I was
No one was
studying.
sleeping after all.
The competitive pressure on students now is greater than I was then. Although I don't like to read books in the library, I like to read extracurricular books such as the 3-Body Program.
Hey, shout out to the movie.
Let's go for lunch.
Here is our canteen.
You can see that there are obviously more boys than girls here, because most of them are science and engineering majors here, which also leads to me not being in a relationship for 4 years in college.
Oh,
if
no.
I had to choose once, I would like to go to a school where girls are more numerous.
Don't we all?
The food in the college is very cheap. You see all these dishes about $1.5. Okay,
I was telling this to Hasan yesterday, talking about how fucking enormous the food portions are in China. Really, so much. It's nuts. And we're talking to our Chinese friends there and how like upset they'd be going to Europe, where like they don't get fed enough. It's such a bizarre thing. Throw it away.
I'm full. Let's go to the student dormitory. The building is the dormitory I used to live in. The school has a total of 27 colleges with about 16,000 students. I used to study at the College of Computer Science. This is the dormitory I lived before. And many of my classmates are now programmers. Some work at Tencent, some work at Huawei. But I finally chose to do business with my friend Xie. I have been graduating for 8 years, but I can still find memories of that time. The accommodation fee here is $120 per year. Okay, let's take a look at the extracurricular life.
So cute. He's doing a little startup with his best buddy. $120 per year thing is a bit confusing though, because I don't know like how much people are making in this city in China. You know, like is $120 per year cheap for them or expensive for them? I don't know. Actually, $120 a year is always going to be cheap. I don't think there's any place in which that's expensive.
Life of the students. This is our playground. Here is our soccer field, and I once took a photo here. During the day, many students here do sports, and in the evening, there will be many couples walking here. This is
Poor guy. He was just talking about how he didn't have a girlfriend for 4 years because of the university that he went to, and then he's so fixated on that. He's like, and there were also lovely couples walking around the soccer field. He can't get it out of his head. This is so sad. Yes, well, he's gonna get chicks now that he's posted this TikTok. Come on, he's a famous content creator now.
One of the basketball courts in our school. We have many basketball courts in our school. I used to like playing basketball very much, and I suffered a lot of injuries.
Huh?
It's evening now, let's have a look. I used to play basketball here every night. Our school's basketball team is very famous in Chinese universities, which is why I chose this university. Okay, let's go to the student street for a walk now. It's busy time there. This is our student street. There are plenty of restaurants, bars, and some entertainment venues here. Student Street is located off campus. People outside the school can't enter the school without permission. And today I was able to enter the school because I applied.
That's where he finds his partner, right? From all the people entering the university without studying there.
Teacher. It is worth mentioning that when I was still studying here 8 years ago, the student street was not built. I'm very envious of the current students have such conditions. Okay, next video, I will go to visit the factory opened by the senior. See you in the next video.
Wait, this guy opened a factory as well. Ay. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Is it like pausing and starting, or there's a There's this really sick documentary that I can't find anywhere about basketball in China called Wild Ball. No. Anyone know? There's a documentary about like American basketballers going to China. The like start of the doco has a Kendrick Lamar song in it. Does anyone know what it's called? Airbud. Airbud. That's what it is. It's Airbud. Find it. Wild Ball. There it is. It's so annoying. It's like the coolest looking documentary I've ever seen. You can't watch it anywhere. Where is it? Don't find the trailer. Is this it? Trailer. Oh, here it is. Oh, you gotta watch this. It's this documentary, and I can't find it anywhere. It's just been in like film festivals, but like, I fucked it up. I don't know how this thing works. How do you watch this on the stream? It's a documentary about American basketball players going to play in rural China.
This man just called the documentary a doco.
A doco.
I'm on doco. I love docos. I love doco. Well, this one is $3.55.
Yeah, but this is actually cool. This I don't know what.
Out of spite, I just might flood the streets. Get a freedom in my speech, got an onion from. To the person reading the week. Would have brought the necklace for free. Except I made millions off of you dweebs. Still on the building, I'm still keeping my seat. Y'all buy that bull, y'all better keep that receipt.
You know that there's a big meme in the NBA, like, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Why? Because
like when someone is bad. No, when someone is like,
go to China.
When someone's not very good, if they're having like a bad season or whatever. Like even Drake made a joke about it. There was a Guangdong Tigers. Guangdong Tigers, like, oh yeah, that's who's picking you up next season.
That's what that is. Okay.
Mama say chill, you gonna give me a piece. You don't
poor
need
guys.
Anyway, chill with me on the beach.
And, you know, there's like a fight in this middle of this game. I can't find this full documentary anywhere. Or maybe actually, maybe Hasan's chat CIA can track it down. Wild Ball. Oh. People are getting grumpy.
Hey, move around, Marquis.
So what happened? Like, there was a rough foul.
I think. Well, I mean, I think it was kind of repeated. Some of the like local dudes were.
So is this guy like some random dude, or is
an
he
American?
He's just some random American
player.
dude. Well, he was an actual basketball player, and now he's playing here.
I think so.
In the fucking mountainside.
Yeah,
what the hell?
in the villages of China. Like.
I mean, yeah, he's
not bad.
I mean, this is like pickup. This is like street.
Nice. That ref is like a third of the size of everyone else.
I mean, this is fucked up.
They're fucking him.
They're gonna be cooking him. Like, this is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals over here, but like in real life. If it's been in a 2022 Chinese Film Festival, expect to be released sometime this year / next. They don't seem to have any distribution, so maybe longer. Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, so I could not find it anywhere.
And probably some of the best players in whatever region. If China, this is though definitely professional players. I mean, it doesn't
this is
look
like rural China. This is
This is their pro players. I doubt it. Like, they got fucking bro. They're wearing pants.
Check that out. Look what he did. He fucking.
They're also playing on an outdoor court. I mean, there's so much here that I think is like strange.
No, I think it's probably like, I don't know, like a college basketball player who got signed to rural China.
That's pretty funny. I like it.
And they follow these Americans and like their experience playing in the sticks in China.
Oh, I have seen the Buddhist monks playing in basketball. They're fucking nasty. They're actually really good.
Oh, it's real. I thought it was like Shaolin soccer.
No, like they're pretty good for like, you don't expect these dudes in like fucking this garb to like actually be kind of bad.
Is that a grass court?
Yeah, what are they playing?
They're playing on a soccer field.
You know, I've seen this video so many fucking times, and I never even like thought that it was strange until you just pointed it out. Yeah, they're not. They're playing on like
dirt.
Dirt.
Like, trotted down field. Nice.
They got like decent ball handling. They have like. You just wouldn't expect them to be good because they're fucking monks. You know what I mean? Like,
they got all that sperm retention that would probably make them much better athletes.
I mean, there's a left-handed layup. You know, half a chat can't even do that properly. I feel like they'd ball the fuck up on some Catholic priests. Like if they, if there was like a Catholicism v Buddhists basketball game, like I don't know. I feel like they get cooked.
Who are the big Catholic players in the world?
No, not like actual Catholic players. I'm talking about like priests,
just missionaries.
Yeah, exactly. They would cook any American religious basketball league straight up.
They exist?
I'm sure there is one, yeah. Imagine if these homies had Jordans instead of sandals. Yeah, like they're in like. First of all, I don't even understand how they're crossing over. Like, how do you do a crossover like with a skirt on? Like, I don't really understand that. They literally have like slippies on too, and they're playing on dirt. Can you imagine playing in an indoor court with like a regulation, while not wearing Jimmer Fredette and BYU? Okay, you can't. No, I'm not talking about fucking BYU. I'm not talking about Jimmer Fredette. I'm talking like straight people who have dedicated their lives to being a missionary. Oh, this Dwight Howard and. What happened to Dwight Howard? Was it because they said he was gay? Is that why? Like he had to fucking leave and go ball in China?
Country that accepts gay people.
Yeah, famously. He got injured. Because I remember people like cooking him on Twitter. Like, I guess like NBA Twitter was like cooking him, maybe because he was bad. But I remember people talking about how he was like secretly gay or something. Bad shoulder and now old. Yeah. No, he won a chip and went to make money. They paid him big in China. Plus, he's broken as fuck. Yeah, probably. All right. Well, why is it that every time I leave you in command of the stream, you go back to like the Chinese power hour over here? You're just like doing.
I'm just giving the people what they want.
Yeah, I see what you're up to here.
I'm not a weeb.
I see you're a China weeb.
Nah, I'm just responding to chat.
You're 100% a China weeb. Well, I'm just like, moving my.
I got to start streaming. I'm learning.
The forgiveness plan was going to be legally sound, and now, of course, the court's thrown it out. They got to try again.
We're getting back to American
they
news.
Have to come up
what
with
really
something,
matters,
because this was promised to Democratic-based voters, young voters, working class people, and they understand. They got to at least demonstrate that they're still doing something, at least through the next election.
Well, we asked Secretary Cardona last week, if you think this was the better, more legally sound route, why didn't you do it this way in the first place? And they said because it takes so much longer. They essentially have to write out the law before they can even try to implement it, and then it could end up right back at the same Supreme Court again.
Let's start with the student loan decision. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote that the Constitution does not allow the president the power to unilaterally forgive student loans. It's up to you in Congress to make this kind of sweeping change. Early in his presidency,
Zaza Demon.
Remember, even President Biden said he doesn't have that
Is that
authority.
her alt?
What's your response to the court?
Yeah, that's what like a bunch of Twitter dumbasses taught. Like she had an alt account and it was called Zaza Demon or Zaza Smoka. Because they're so fucking dumb. Like, yeah, she definitely had that. Did you see the insane tweet about her IG post?
I saw that.
I did not.
About her doing yoga.
Wait, what?
It's not even it's barely a post. It's just.
I didn't see it, so I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. Let me down here.
Bull dick.
Yeah, bull penis time. Better ones. 12-inch bully braid. It's
multiple penises braided together.
Yeah, they braided it together.
Is that 2 penises or 3? 2.
How do you braid dicks into one another? It's kind of crazy.
That's really homophobic, Hasan.
Yeah. Hiya.
Rot knot.
This is the AOC unhinged AOC yoga tweet.
That's just a cycle.
AOC is now posting what many would call basic bitch selfies. Is this the precursor to her OnlyFans moment or just a moment of leisure?
Moment of leisure.
What the fuck?
There's so many of these guys.
These people need to be lobotomized, bro. Like
he's not even blue check. That's weird.
Yeah, that's surprising. He's blue check posting. You're right. This guy is a political strategist, by the way. Good strategy, man. It's just being the most unhinged motherfucker on the planet.
He's an Italian American, so I guess he's
I guess it's
oppressed as well.
It's allowed. You're right. It's the Cuomo defense. I'm not perverted, just Italian. It is. Oh God, he's just like violently horny.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than you're just fucking violently horny. Like, in a way.
As long as his audience is the same, it doesn't even matter, right? It's like, you're not going to get called out on it.
Oh, this is the T-word semen guy. Oh, this is him? Oh, this is that guy. This guy famously popped off when he was saying, like, Starbucks has gone woke. Now they're putting T-word semen in their... Or no, Chick-fil-A has gone woke. They're putting, trans person slur
Isn't Chick-fil-A
semen.
the homophobic one?
Yeah, Chick-fil-A went woke now because they hired like a DEI guy.
I don't even know what that is.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
So when you hire a guy like that, then you that means that you're putting trans girl cum in the milkshakes, which you had recently for the first time ever. It was delicious, right?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, that's what made it so good. He called a lot more than that. T-word semen too. He said it about Bud Light too. He literally cannot stop thinking about this stuff. Yeah, I mean, the fact that this is even 3,000 likes, honestly, you have to. Everyone should be put on a list if they like this. Okay, if they're like, wow, this is really great. I'm a fan of this tweet. You see that and you click on it. You click on like, even on accident, you need to go to a re-education camp. Straight up. Even worse, Hasan, Chick-fil-A hired a woman? No, Chick-fil-A hired a black man, which is also bad. I will not elaborate. You know? But that is the dude that they hired for the DEI chief was a black guy, which is woke, of course. Re-education schools, only freaks call them camps. No. Re-education camps is what they need, okay? Not school, camps. Anyway, I want to run away from this conversation as fast as possible. So let's get back to this.
You know, what the court was also ruling on was with respect to the HEROES Act. But our response is very strong in that Congress has given the president that authority in the Higher Education Act. The president very squarely has, as well, using his Secretary of Education, the ability to cancel student loans. But as we've seen, not just in what we saw ruled from the majority, but even in the minority dissent written around these cases, we have justices saying that the Supreme Court is going themselves much too far. They are expanding their role into acting as though they are Congress itself. And that, I believe, is an expansion of power that we really must be focusing on. The danger of this court and the abuse of power in this court, particularly as it is related to the entanglements around conflicts of interest as well.
You mentioned the Higher Education Act. President Biden came out and proposed a different path forward for student loan forgiveness under certain circumstances. Listen to what he said.
We will ground this new approach in a different law than my original plan, the so-called Higher Education Act. This new path is legally sound. It's going to take longer, but in my view, it's the best path that remains to providing for as many borrowers as possible with debt relief.
So just to be clear, he is saying that what he wants to do now is to try to use his executive power under what you were mentioning, the Higher Education Act, which is different from what the Supreme Court struck down. You are not only a member of Congress, I believe you still have student loans. This plan could take up to a year to take effect.
Surely she doesn't have to, though.
Is there more that he
surely
could
she makes
or
enough
should
money
be
to
doing?
pay him off.
I don't know. I don't know what her finances look like, but I mean, you make 170 grand a year as a congressperson. That's the salary, 172, I think. But when you're also in Congress, you have to have a rented location or a purchased one, obviously, in your in the district that you represent, and also one in Washington D.C. And Washington D.C. is hella expensive. So when you have an apartment in D.C. and New York City, 170 grand, probably not enough. You know what I mean?
Did.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize. I thought
Dude, it's so funny. Like, fucking congresspersons would like room together in like nasty ass conditions. Even back in the day, like what do you call it? Not only that, but if there's a moratorium of student loan interest accrual, it may be more financially sound for her to allocate her money elsewhere. What was it? They have like the Schumer pad. Yeah, we've watched it before. Chuck Schumer used to live in like the shag pad. Let's see if I can find it.
See that.
Oh yeah, here it is. The real Alpha House. Yes, this is where some senators actually live.
peeling off the walls, sheets covering the windows, broken blinds, a mangled chair covered up with a wood board, an ancient stove with a giant hole, and yes, that's underwear in the living room. What looks and feels like the most run-down frat house on campus is actually the Capitol Hill home of some of the most powerful men in Washington.
They have to probably pay so much money too.
I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Dick Durbin and
cannot
Chuck
be true.
Schumer, the second and third ranking Senate Democrats,
Wait, one of them just
live
sleeps in
here
the living room?
together.
You guys got the rent from him?
Their landlord and third roommate is Democratic Congressman George Miller. The house is so legendary, it inspired a new TV series, Alpha House. Except the Senate roommates in the Amazon.com show are Republicans.
We want to say,
or believing they have a sense of humor.
Nothing like us. Don't even begin to think so.
When people see this house, they're going to know.
I don't blame anyone for insider trading now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like this is, if you're living like that, you got to start breaking
Well,
the law.
I think like this was in 2013. I mean, obviously situations for Chuck Schumer and the like have improved dramatically since then. But I don't know. I don't know why they lived in quarters like this, but I do know that like ultimately they don't spend a lot of time in DC, obviously. And basically, you know, it's really expensive. Like DC is incredibly unlivable, right? You still on TYT? Yeah, man. Have you covered the new Jim Caviezel film to try to shed light on the evils of trafficking? Thank God someone is.
Yeah,
thank God.
Is talking about the positives all the time.
I was gray on trafficking personally, so I'm glad that someone covered the evils of trafficking.
About time.
I'm glad that they shed light on this. What's next, dude? The evils of pedophilia? Like, what next are they going to uncover and shed light on? They mean car traffic? Wait, what? No, they don't.
Car trafficking.
Yeah, we only hear about the good parts of trafficking. You would think they would pass some laws on rent? Fuck no, they don't give a shit. They get paid enough to have a sick ass house back home, to ensure that they never pass any kind of fucking laws on rent. It's a QAnon movie.
I'd like to watch that.
Yeah, chatters who said, "Why did you shit on him?" Where is that chatter? I think it was like Virtual Meal or whatever. Yeah, why did you shit on him, lol? Hey. You know why I shat on him? Because I could fucking smell it from a mile away that dude was a weirdo, okay? Because he said, shed light on the evils of trafficking. Don't ever fucking doubt my ability to snipe like a nasty freak in the chat, okay? You've been in here for 27 fucking months. You should know better. Like, immediately the guy said, are you still at TYT? Anyway. Jim Caviezel is a genius. He knows his audience. Church mills with small brains who pass around those TikToks saying, if you have a tissue on your car, call the cops, etc. They will go to that movie as church groups.
Is this the tissue on your car real? Is this what gangs do? They signal they're gonna...
No, it's like every now and then, like TikToks will go viral of like exactly what M. Hood was talking about, where they're like, here are 15 different ways of like, surviving a pedophile attack at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. 1, subscribing for $5. 2, subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime. 3, getting gifted a sub by someone else if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, that was a really good. I was waiting for a good ass segue. I was waiting for an opportunity for a fucking banger segue.
So it's not like as soon as you realize.
Yeah, no.
You gotta...
Yeah, if you see a piece of cheese on your car, you've been marked for sex trafficking. Run.
I love that there's like a signal that you should be sex trafficked outside of just like someone thinking you're sexy.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, no, we need. This is the secret.
I don't even think that's.
No, I mean, like,
I like to think that that's what they're thinking. They're like, oh wow, this lady is sexy. She needs to be sex trafficked.
Put some cheese on. No. Look, the reason it doesn't come across well is 'cause I'm obviously not a sex trafficker. I don't know how these people think. You know, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just trying to work it out.
Sex traffickers are just sitting around going like, "Wow, well, that's a sexy lady." Where you sex traffic at? That was literally Tate's business model. Okay, true. That is how they did it, and they're like the most famous. Yeah, the highly competitive business. Okay. This is why the documentary is so important. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That was great. That's awesome.
I'm learning.
Okay, I don't care about the AOC called out for extreme reaction to SCOTUS.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is calling for extreme action to put a check on the Supreme Court after their rulings striking down affirmative action in Biden's student loan forgiveness plan.
We have justices saying that the Supreme Court is going themselves much too far. They are expanding their role into acting as though they are Congress itself. We really must be focusing on the danger.
Yeah, no one has ever said the Supreme Court legislates from the bench ever before, you know? And has criticized that ever before. It's like a very radical thing to say. So extreme, dude. I was like, what else could AOC say that's like super fucking normal and basic that super normal and basic that people could fucking freak out, you know, get their panties in a bunch over. Let me get one. Yeah.
Did you hear about that time she went to go do yoga?
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. You're right about that. That's, you know, that's what I think. Anytime someone is doing yoga, I think, well, hello, OnlyFans. Time for that.
Danger of this court and the abuse of power in this court. There also must be impeachment on the table. The Supreme Court has not been receiving the adequate oversight necessary in order to preserve their own legitimacy.
By the way, all those things are true. They cut it out as though she was saying that about their decision making, which, by the way, even if she said it exclusively about their decision making process, she would be right. But she's additionally right, and right from a popular perspective, when she says the Supreme Court is illegitimate because of all of the financial misgivings, all of the, you know, trips that Clarence Thomas is going on, all the other justices also on top of that, getting special privileges and bribes. A lot of this stuff has absolutely and should absolutely stain the reputation of the institution, right? But of course, you can't have that conversation on Fox News. So instead, you have to fucking clip chimp and be like, AOC thinks this way because the Supreme Court deliberated in a way that she doesn't like, and she's just being a meanie bobini. Even if she was saying it because the Supreme Court is legislating from the bench, which is not what they're supposed to do, then she would still be right.
Brewer Group CEO Jack Brewer joins us now. Jack, good morning to you. Quite the comment from the congresswoman there. She's accusing
big
the
ass
Supreme
cross.
Court
you can tell.
Overreach, abuse of power. But if you look at what the Supreme Court is actually doing, they're decentralizing power. In the case of abortion, handing it back down to the states. In the case of student loan debt, the Supreme Court, Jack, is saying that Congress needs to make that decision.
Every American patriot has a Fox News wall. Specifically, so they can just, you know, mine is Obama and the Queen. That's how I do
it. In which Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a member of.
That's exactly right. What the Supreme Court is doing is actually sticking to the Constitution, which seems extreme to many today, because for years we've seen things move so far to the left. When you talk about the Supreme Court ruling on sexuality and marriage and abortion and all these things in the past, where they essentially did not go by the Constitution, now they're doing that. And I think they're doing an amazing job. They're actually bringing some balance back to America when we're seeing so much craziness happen around us.
Yeah, it's constitutional when an insane person, consider it to be crazy. You know, things like having civil liberties and equal rights, or some kind of racial restitution for all of the racial wrongs that were committed. That is like marginal and not all that significant. These are the things that I think are crazy, and you know, we got to stop it. Now I believe. Oh, what the fuck? I thought I ordered my fucking. God damn it! I thought I ordered my salad, and I was wondering where it's been. Turns out I forgot to order it. Very sad. Sad day for me. It's coming now.
It's really refreshing to see a Supreme Court actually stand for the document that's helped found this nation.
Well, I mean, it seems like, according to this new poll, this ABC poll, it asked if they approved of the SCOTUS decision restricting the use of race as a factor in college. 52% approved, 32%.
It's actually shockingly lower than I thought it would be. Also, the irony is not lost on me when they go, oh, this Supreme Court decision was very popular. Where the fuck were these polls on Fox News when they did this on restricting abortion? When they did it on criminalizing abortion, because that had a significantly higher disapproval rating than 32%. As a matter of fact, that was 75%. Interesting. Guys, stop. Every time we see a poll, you don't have to go 937 people. That is a perfectly valid number of people to poll. This is how polls work. Polls are not the census, okay? You do not poll every single American. Please.
And disapprove. 16% don't know, but going a little deeper into that poll, Jack, what was interesting to me was that 58% of independent voters who responded to that said they approved. What's that tell you about the state of our country?
It tells you that people are sick and tired of talking about skin color. The fact that I come on this show and I have to be looked at as just a black man before you listen to a word come out of my
That's really interesting. So why do you think Fox News called up on you to talk about affirmative action? I wonder.
Who's the former NFL player?
Why are they not? Why didn't they call you up about, like, I don't know, tax cuts? Like, who? Why aren't you the tax guy at Fox News? Why are you the affirmative action guy? Or let me guess, in certain circumstances, I'm sure they would also do like, here are the people, the black guest hosts that they call on. Here are the subjects that they speak on. This Republican figure is not racist. That's another famous one. CRT is bad. That's another good one. Affirmative action is bad. This is what he's doing. And then also there's my other favorite one, which is police brutality is not that big of a deal, and black people should pick themselves up by their bootstraps. So, you know, you could say that it's not, it's bullshit. They only see you as a black person and that you should be a monolith or whatever. But like, that's precisely the reason why Fox News is having you on to speak about this matter.
My mouth. That is the culture that we've created, but we can't deny the fact that it was sad that we even needed an affirmative action plan, because they wouldn't let black people in college years ago. But now those things have changed, and I think the fact that you're forcing universities to look at race and the color of their skin, that's exactly the reason we have the generation that we have now. Everything that happens, it's not about the issues now it's become about your identity. And I think that's a sad thing. I think what the Supreme Court did was to give, really truly give the decision making back to the parents and the teachers and the universities. You know, you can still let kids in based upon poverty levels. And that's really what we should be looking at in our nation. We should be giving opportunity to those that are the least of these, just like the Bible tells us to do. The Bible doesn't tell us to go out and pick and choose based on race. It tells us to help our poor brothers and sisters, and we can still do that at colleges and universities, and that's what really matters. Let's uplift people out of poverty and instead of teaching a generation to look at race. And I'll tell you another thing. The next step the Supreme Court needs to do in this country is we need to remove the race box from all of our identity across the board. We're the only country in the world that forces people to talk about their skin color. My kids are Persian and black and European. They're mixed with everything. And so now they're confused because they don't have a box that particularly says where their parents are from. Picking and choosing skin color is what's destroying this nation. And I really hope these presidential candidates start to address this mess so we can end all this racial division.
Jack, speaking of the presidential candidate,
where do most black people live in cities? I wonder, or in rural areas even. Like, why are there enclaves for black people? Is it self-selection, or is it I don't know, forced upon an entire group of people through redlining and other forms of systemic discrimination, a racial wrong that was not corrected in a country where public institutions, which is the most accessible form of education for poor people, are funded by local tax dollars, as a matter of fact, which implies that, or which creates a system where, public institutions that predominantly are serving the poor in a lot of circumstances, like, for example, in the Chicago public schooling system, black and brown students are underfunded due to them being primarily funded by the local taxes. This is yet one of many different ways in which black people are systematically kept behind, underserved on purpose, deliberately. So the whole don't check a box, don't tick a box or whatever is just incredibly fucking stupid. This is all done on purpose.
Candidates, 5 GOP presidential hopefuls gave speeches at the Moms for Liberty event in Philadelphia this weekend. Moms for Liberty, of course, is an organization.
Moms for Liberty, the famous Hitler defenders. Did you see that one?
No, we interviewed them at Disneyland.
Oh yeah, they're insane.
When their kids were becoming gay.
Yeah, have all their kids become gay?
Hopefully.
Oh, they apologized for it.
What?
I hate when my newsletter is quoting Hitler in a positive light.
Is it like attributing it to Hitler, or it's just like...
No, literally, straight up. An Indiana chapter of Moms for Liberty, a nonprofit that advocates for parental rights and education, was recently labeled as extremist by an anti-hate watchdog and is apologizing and condemning Adolf Hitler after using a quote attributed to the Nazi leader in its inaugural newsletter. The group's Hamilton County chapter on Thursday posted a revised version of its newly launched newsletter, The Parent Brigade, and they said, "We condemn Adolf Hitler's actions and his dark place in human history. We should not have quoted him in our newsletter and express our deepest apologies." And if you're wondering what they quoted, the first version of the newsletter included the quote, "He alone who owns the youth gains the future," and cited Hitler. While the origin of the quote is not entirely clear, it has been attributed in numerous historical texts to a 1935 rally speech by the Nazi leader. It's just at least they cited him appropriately. I think that's what's important. This was a lesson about MLA and APA formatting. You're supposed to do that every time, even if the person you're citing is Adolf Hitler. Oh, by the way, yes, you're right. It is the same exact quote that candidate in Iowa dropped. Or no, not in Iowa, sorry. That Illinois candidate dropped. I think it was Illinois. in the January 6th meetup that she was at.
I think they balance it out by having Trump quote Lenin. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's just like
Lenin,
game.
which is funny because that's not even Lenin.
Yeah.
Those who control the vote counters control the destiny or whatever.
Oh, it's like the vote count is more important than the voter or something.
Yeah. Lenin. I call him Lenin.
In Russia.
God, he's so sick. He's so cool.
So stupid. Where does he get it?
Why did he say
That's a
that?
weird train of thought.
It's just like, it's a very odd thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't have to say, I call him Lenin. Like, I don't know why you did that. Oh, here, this is the Republican.
This is the battle. Hitler.
Oh, I was right. U.S. Congresswoman Mary Miller of Illinois told a crowd outside the U.S. Capitol on January 6th that Hitler was right on one thing.
This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has the youth has the future. Our children are being propagandized. Today, I want to encourage you to do two things.
The funniest thing is, like, that's exactly what Hitler said, and you have the almost identical politics of Hitler. So, like, you know, it's not, for you, it's not Hitler was right on one thing. For you, it was Hitler was right on everything. Like, what don't you agree with Hitler on? You literally are quoting him while also simultaneously, like, trying to continue his mentality. You know what I mean? There's a billion other people you could have quoted who said similar things. I mean, yeah, she said we got to hand it to Hitler for being right on this. But, like, the reason why she's picking Hitler is because, you know, she also agrees with why you need to groom children.
Phil,
Yeah, they should change Moms for America and Moms for Liberty to Moms quoting Hitler. Moms for Hitler.
Children's minds with what is true and right and noble. And then they can overcome evil with good because they can actually discern between what is evil and what is good.
Yeah. Again, I must repeat myself here, but, like, that's exactly how Hitler presented it as well. Like, the Hitler Youth was designed specifically to do this, to, like, you know, ideologically train kids to be fascist. Moms for Liberty, hoes for Hitler. Yeah, very odd. Anyway, they did it again. Another oopsie. Another oopsie by these guys.
Organization that champions school choice and parents' rights in education. Let's take a listen to what some of those candidates had to say.
They will never forget. Don't mess with America's moms.
We don't subcontract our leadership out to woke corporations. We stand for parents and we stand for kids.
Our kids need to know to love America. They need to be saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Making decisions
Pledge of
for your
Allegiance is
children
so funny.
that
Such a
make
wild
sense
concept.
for them.
We will shut.
It's fucked up that our kids are not saying it anymore.
Are they? Aren't they still saying?
No,
it?
they are saying it still. Dude, there is not a single thing that Republicans have actually advocated for that isn't already happening. Like, it's always, here's what it is, okay? They'll take something that is already fucking happening, that no one has ever been like, yeah, let's just take this away, okay? And they'll act like people are trying to take it away only to, like, create a problem, and then the solution is just, like, more of the same, I guess. Like, kids are still saying the fucking pledge, man.
Bizarre. I remember we were talking about the pledge like a month ago with Gant from Trash Taste. Because I was trying to get my head around it. I was like, we don't have this in Australia. Like, if it's just actually happen every day in school. Like, you stand up and pledge to the flag. And then he was talking about how, like, the only reference he has is growing up in Thailand. And, like, at the cinema before the movie starts, you get up and pledge allegiance to the king.
Wait, really?
Yeah, yeah.
That sounds ridiculous.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's like identical.
Sorry if misinformed. Doesn't that quote from Hitler mean as he wants to control the youth? Yes. And that's what the Moms for Liberty want to do as well. For the same reasons.
It down, starting with agencies that should not exist, like the U.S. Department of Education.
How important, Jack, do you think the education issue will be in 2024? And what changes would you, someone who works with children on a day-to-day basis, like to see?
You know, this is the most critical issue that we're facing right now, and I think these candidates, they should be applauded because they are addressing the issues that are destroying our nation at its core. But when you start to look deeply in what's going on in our education system, it has to go to the public school level. You know, one issue that you have when you just focus on the parents is that some kids don't have parents, and when we have a fatherlessness crisis like we have in our nation with over 24.5 million fatherless kids, it's time for us also to start looking out for those kids that don't have parents involved that will stand up for them, because that's what's destroying the country. Those are the kids that you see, the 28 that just got shot in Baltimore and every other weekend. Those are the kids that need help, or those fatherless children. And so
Wait, there was another shooting recently?
These Republican candidates.
Brother, I've missed out. I'm having such a great time in the anime.
Brother, there have been at least like 3 every day. At least. What do you mean? There's always
28
shooting.
is such a big number, though. I feel like that would have made the news. No, I don't know. I missed out on a couple.
Yeah.
Democratic candidates start addressing.
There have been 330 this year so far. We're halfway through the, like, officially.
This issue because it is the cancer of America. It's causing us to have violence. It's causing us to have poor educational outcomes with kids that don't have any reading and math proficiencies throughout, dozens and dozens of high schools in each city don't have kids that are reading and math.
I love that, like, they also use other problems that they exacerbate and cause to, like, create further issues in other areas. They're like, mass shootings are a big problem. That's why school shootings are a problem. We shouldn't let our children go to school. Actually, we should homeschool them. Bitch, they're still going to do school shootings just at home now. I mean, yeah, probably better, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack, it's such an important topic, and the fatherlessness issue is something that Larry Elder
Oh, God, I can't say that. I said it's utilitarian to have, if their school shootings are a constant, and these parents don't want to fucking take the guns away and instead want to, do homeschooling, then there's going to be homeschool shootings instead, which is utilitarian. I'm sure someone will clip that and then go, Hasan is pro homeschool shooting. Hasan is pro school shooting in homes. Like they tried to do fucking last week about the other thing I was talking about with the anti-woke college. Fucking idiots, dude.
Constantly brings up every single interview. That's his #1 focus. So we'll see if it catches on, and more of the candidates talk about that as well.
There's a guy
Jack,
called Larry
thank you
Elderly.
so much for joining
Larry
us.
Elder.
Oh, okay.
I've debated him. He ran for governor of California. Now he's running for president, actually.
Ah, good on him.
Yeah. Friend of the show. I destroyed him.
How come you're not running for president then? Sounds like he won.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah, the president is whoever won. Whoever wins debates becomes the president. Those are the rules. Baltimore police are searching for suspects in a shooting that killed 2 and wounded 28 at the block party. Here's the shooting that we were talking about.
Mass shooting in Baltimore over the weekend. 2 people were killed and at least 28 injured when gunfire erupted at a block party early Sunday. Police believe that there were more than one shooter. They're still searching for the suspects, though. This was the 339th mass shooting in America this year, and one of at least 4 over the weekend alone. Scott McFarland is in Baltimore. Scott, good morning.
Hey,
this guy looks so fake.
I was going to say he looks Turkish.
No, he just looks like he is like from a fucking video game or something.
Yeah.
Like he just looks like a cartoon man. I don't know how to describe it.
Have you seen him before?
Yeah.
He
looks like
looks like this.
Yeah, he looks like what is it? Like the doctor from Team Fortress or something.
Say Leisure Suit Larry.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah.
Wow, what a reference, dude.
I'm telling you, it's a sexy puzzle.
Dude, what? You played Leisure Suit Larry? You don't even play video games. That's crazy that you played Leisure Suit Larry. I played it
impossible
as
to play.
well. It was impossible because we were
just so
coming
different.
so hard.
I couldn't type fast enough to, to impress
It was
the girl.
impossible to play because he was just nutting.
It's a hard game.
Good morning to you, Anne-Marie. Gunshots
Yeah,
at a
it's hard.
family event, a cookout. It was a jarring and violent end to that.
Oh, yeah.
I think mine was a little bit better than Leisure Suit Larry, but, nice reference there.
Whoa. Kind of looks a bit like Alex.
You know what? Not wrong. With the glasses, we got to get Alex a cosplay as a TF2 medic.
That event. An eyewitness told me they initially mistook the gunshots for 4th of July fireworks. The wounded as young as 13 years old and 4 victims taken to a pediatric emergency room.
This was a reckless, cowardly act of violence.
A crowd filled with teenagers and young adults ran for their lives early Sunday morning as a spray of gunfire hit 30 people, killing an 18-year-old woman and a 20-year-old man in Baltimore's Brooklyn community.
People got to make a change. Something got to give. This is too much.
Another shooting at 805 Gretna Court. Caller says a sister was shot.
Police are still searching for suspects and say there were multiple shooters.
People were running everywhere. People were crying. People were out of breath.
Laquel Nelson had just left the block party when she heard a flurry of shots ring out. She told us she helped 2 people who were wounded and covered with blood into her car, racing them to the nearest hospital.
I'd read red lights, dodged around cars. I have children myself, and I would have wanted someone to have done that for my child if she was in that predicament. I'm just a bit tired of this going on in my city.
In the last 30 days, there have been more than 50 shootings in Baltimore, and Sunday's violent spree sent a jolt through the city at the start of what's supposed to be a week of celebrations.
Treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event. We must come together as Baltimore and wrap our arms around this Brooklyn community and each other. But again, as I said earlier, we have to be better for ourselves.
Police have not identified a motive for this shooting. In a city trying to deal with a scourge of gun violence, the mayor says law enforcement has seized more than 1,300 illegal guns this year alone. Anne-Marie, that's an average of more than 6 per day.
All right, Scott, thank you very much.
Great.
Oh, it's
cool. Last year on 4th of July, we watched how Australia managed their mass shooting problems. Last year, America had more mass shooting deaths during the 4th of July weekend than Australia in 20 years.
Look, wait, I'm sorry.
What are you apologizing?
We begin this hour with another deadly mass shooting in America, this time at a block party in Baltimore. 2 people were killed and 28 more injured. At least 14 of those hurt were minors. Police are still looking for suspects. They think there was more than one shooter. Baltimore's Mayor Brandon Scott vowed investigators would not stop until the perpetrators are caught. Mayor Scott joins us now from the city of Baltimore.
Yeah, just
Mr. Mayor, good morning. Good to see you. And I'm curious if you can give us the latest on the investigation.
Well, the latest is that we are still looking for those who cowardly decided to disrupt a block party in Brooklyn and murder 2 people and injure 28 others and cause trauma to so many others that live in that community and that were at the event, and that we are not going to stop until we find them and hold them accountable. But we're not just going to stop at them. We're going to try to find out who sold the gun, who trafficked that gun into Baltimore, and hold everybody on the chain responsible, because that's what we need to start doing in this country.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned this was at a block party over a holiday weekend, and some of the victims were as young as 13. Do we know if this was a targeted shooting?
Thank you.
We don't know. We don't know, and that will come out in the investigation. But I think what's important for folks, especially those like you in the national media, to know that now what you're seeing across this country, this is not the 1990s. You are seeing people shoot and hurt and kill each other over just basic conflict. We don't know that that's what happened, but that's what the leading cause of shootings in our city is over and over again, is basic conflict. And we know that we can resolve conflict in a better way, but we have to have the conversation again about another mass shooting in this country. And we're talking about still inaction at the national level. We here in Maryland have the best federal congressional delegation, but we need all of Congress to get on board and enact real gun law changes to prevent folks who shouldn't have them to being able to have that access. It should not be easier for a young person to go online and order a ghost gun than it is for me to get some Claritin D from my local neighborhood pharmacy.
Well, let's talk about what the city of Baltimore is dealing with. Amongst the highest murder rates in the U.S., 300 homicides in Baltimore every year.
I don't know anything about the Baltimore mayor, but I just do know how Baltimore is run, and I am not going to immediately go, oh, based. He's so based. That's all I'm going to say. Maybe he is, but everything I know about how, these Democrat cities are run is, oftentimes not great.
Since 2015, an understaffed police department. Do you have a police department that has the ability to tackle
Understaffed police department?
Well, listen, I think this is another misconception in this country. Anybody that tells you that reducing homicides and shootings in a community is solely on the backs of police officers doesn't know what they're talking about. We have to understand that they have a job, and we're going to empower them to do that. Even with this mass shooting and this incident that we have, Baltimore is seeing a 20% reduction in homicides year over year, and even a reduction in non-fatal shootings. Even with this shooting, we have recovered over 1,300 weapons, but it's not just about the great women and men of BPD who are doing that work through reform, through a consent decree, but it's also about the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, our Safe Streets violence intervention workers, folks like community organizations like We Are Us, people that are doing the behavioral health work that we have, our hospital-based violence responders, the trauma work, those who work at recreation and parks. Everybody that works for city government, every community partner, every organization, every religious organization plays a part in reducing violence. This country has for far too long put that all on the backs of police officers. We can no longer do that. We have to allow them to do their job and focus their job, which it should be on people that are shooting and killing people and trafficking weapons, removing mental health, behavioral health off of their plate and allowing people who are trained to do that. We're going to continue to do that work in its entirety here in Baltimore. We're going to continue to recruit police officers, but we're also going to continue to demand, like all my brother and sister mayors around the country, for Congress to get serious and do something like they said they would way back in 1999 when Columbine happened, and nothing has changed since.
Baltimore mayor literally has this incredible tightrope that they always need to walk on, where they are firmly a part of the Democratic establishment, or they have to rely on other state level Democrats for infrastructural support. And Baltimore Police Department is one of the most racist police departments in America. That's not just me. That is just that's according to the Obama era DOJ and the Trump era DOJ as well. And they have to walk this tightrope where it's a very black city with a very powerful police union presence. So I don't know. Well, now HasanAbi perpetuating right-wing nonsense. Imagine saying liberals consent decree. Cry about it, Lamau. Police don't do shit, clueless. Keep crying. I'm perpetuating right-wing nonsense when I say that systematically underserved black cities are often given this brutal occupying force in the form of fucking police, in the form of domestic warriors that are not really interested in doing anything, and that a lot of the funds are just simply allocated to that police force to consistently brutalize the actual people that are paying with their taxes the salaries of said police force. There's nothing right-wing about that mentality. I didn't say anything about the consent decree. I mean, the consent decree is, again, another fucking Band-Aid. As a matter of fact, if you understood what I was saying, you would have recognized when I was talking about the DOJ, that is a part of the consent decree. You literally, I already described that as a positive thing. Criticizing the Democratic Party equals right-wing. Yeah. I don't know what this guy is saying. I want to understand what the fuck he's like. He said F Serbia.
ban him. Okay.
Why is chat
shit on for a while.
talking shit about Baltimore? These chatters are college-educated liberals who don't have to worry about poverty or anything like this and can sit back and shit talk black communities is disgusting. I don't know who's shit talking Baltimore. I don't know what you're talking about. I have not seen that.
Mr. Mayor, you and I spoke back in early 2021, and at the time, it was just after you took office, and I said, why did you want to be mayor? And you told me in part, I'm a Baltimore boy, and when you grow up in a neighborhood that the world descends on for a horse race named Preakness, and every other day of the year you're not seen as human by your own city government, it changes you. And you recalled how you yourself had seen a shooting before the age of 10. And you said, quote, you make a decision on do you want to accept that, or do you want to do something to change it? And I'm just wondering, in the year and a half or so since, 2.5 years since, do you think you've done enough to change your city?
Baltimore is insane,
and to make
though.
sure that other kids under the...
I mean, this is purely anecdotal, but it's the only time. Like, I go to other colleges in the East Coast up and down all the time. And there's two instances where I was like, holy fuck, this is actually fucked up. One was in Baltimore, and the other one was at USC, not University of Southern California, South Carolina. Went to homecoming for USC when we were visiting on our way down to, I think, Panama City Beach or whatever. And those are the only two instances where I was like, holy shit, the proximity to violence is actually wild. Where we stayed at a girl's house, and one of their boyfriends is, I guess, like a drug dealer. And they have, like, they're college students, you know what I mean? They're like selling weed and shit. And they actually fucking raided their house with machine guns. The house, like, down the street from them, where they were selling drugs with, like, guns, and they fucking, like, locked, they like zip tied them and shit like that. And then the other one was USC, where during homecoming weekend, one of the gated communities, there was just like another insane fucking like gun violence situation. USC Carolina alum here. I'm not saying anything, you can't get it out of me. No, it's just like for selling weed. No, not by the police, dude. By like, you know, dudes that wanted to steal their money. If you're a fucking drug dealer, you have a lot of cash. I'm not talking about USC in California. I'm talking about, I was talking about homecoming in South Carolina. But yeah, they like straight up fucking zip tied them and shit. And at first they made it seem like it was this like random occurrence where they like raided someone's house. And then slowly but surely I was able to get it out of them that like, yeah, one of the dudes that lives in the house is a drug dealer, which is why they did that. And no, it was not the campus police. It was a robbery. My school in Rhode Island was the #1 crime college. When I went to college, one of my friends got fucking murdered with a hammer. Like, American schools are insane. By like a random dude. Literally. One of our buddies got murdered with a hammer. Yeah.
The age of 10 aren't seeing this kind of violence.
Well, every day I want to do more, right? Yes, we've made a lot of changes in the way that we invest. Record numbers of investments into our schools. Open up 5 recreation centers, 5 more that are going to be built, including one 3 minutes walking distance from where this shooting happened. But we have more work to do, and every day I want myself to be better because I know that this is something that has been happening in my city longer than I've been breathing air, longer than my parents have been even in Baltimore City, right? But we have to do that work each and every day. It's starts with me, but everyone has to do that thing of looking in the mirror and saying, what can they do as well? So I'm going to always challenge myself to do more. How can I be better for all of my residents in Baltimore, starting with our young people and our older adults, and making sure that we're doing everything in our power there. We will not stop. I will not stop. As long as there's breath in my body, I'm going to do what I can do to make Baltimore better. That's why we make those historic levels of investment. That's why we've changed the way we deal with public safety, thinking about the totality of those incidents as well.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for joining us and talking about it. We'll talk about it again soon, because this isn't something that ends with just this shooting. As you said, it's a long problem.
Oh, this was really funny. Have you seen this?
No. Dragon Donuts. That's kind of nice.
Ron DeSantis and her campaign made a video where they were shitting on Donald Trump for being pro-LGBT. Let's take a look.
This morning, members of the LGBTQ community on both sides of the political aisle are criticizing a video shared by the Ron DeSantis campaign.
Make America great again.
The video was not produced by the DeSantis campaign, but was shared on social media to coincide with the end of Pride Month. It compares former President Trump's record on LGBTQ issues with DeSantis's record.
I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens.
The video goes on to highlight.
There's also a fan cam, which is like objectively gay as fuck.
DeSantis' support for restrictions on LGBTQ people, particularly those who are transgender.
Just produced some of the harshest, most draconian laws that literally threaten trans existence.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's openly gay, commented on the tone of the video, which mixes news footage with clips from pop culture.
I'm going to leave aside the strangeness of trying to prove your manhood by putting up a video that splices images of you in between oiled up, shirtless bodybuilders. And I just don't understand the mentality of somebody who gets up in the morning thinking that he's going to...
I hate Pete, but he's right. Like,
no, fan cams are awesome.
I mean, yeah, but also very gay. I love fan cams. But, you know, I'm not some fucking homophobic zealot. Well, yeah, I am, but, you know, still enjoy fan cams. I guess you're right.
Prove his worth by competing over who can make life hardest for a hard-hit community that is already so vulnerable in America.
The Log Cabin Republicans, a group for LGBTQ conservatives, responded, saying Ron DeSantis' extreme rhetoric has just ventured into homophobic territory. A spokesperson for DeSantis' campaign responded to the criticism, saying opposing the federal recognition of Pride Month isn't homophobic. We wouldn't support a month to celebrate straight people for sexual orientation either. It's unnecessary, divisive, pandering. In a country as vast and diverse as the USA, identity politics is poison.
Hey, but that's not what you did. God, they're such pussies, dude.
Like immediately walking back.
Yeah, I hate how cowardly they are. They're like, when they're making footage or like when they're making campaigns and campaign promises, they're like, yeah, we're going to kill every gay person. You know what I mean? Like, but then the moment they get pushed back, they're like, actually, we were just opposing Pride Month. Like, shut up, bitch. Just say it with your fucking chest, dude. Here, this is the original video. It's really funny because one, that was part of the reason why people, unironically, when they picked and choosed on like what they thought Trump was good on, but like this was part of the reason why people saw Trump as an outsider, because he was like talking about how, you know, gay people, trans people, who gives a fuck? Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
He's still doing that now.
Yeah, like not as much. He has literally been like, oh, you guys love the love the transphobic shit, huh? Ooh, I'll keep feeding you that garbage. Is the DeSantis worm actually affiliated with Rhonda? Legally speaking, no, but yes, it is. I'm pretty sure it's a 501c4. What did this guy say, by the way? Got banned after saying keep crying. Okay.
We'll do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens.
If Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any...
Like, this is the own that he's like, I don't give a shit where Caitlyn Jenner... Like, oh, we got him! He's woke. He's too woke, folks. Get his ass. It's like, it's so stupid.
Bathroom she chooses.
That is correct.
In the future, can transgender women compete in Miss Universe?
Yes.
Make America great again.
The straight guy.
I love this because it's like...
What is it a remix of? What's that choral song?
It's funk.
Find out.
It's drift funk.
Drift funk?
Funk. P-H-O-N-K. But I love these fucking videos because it's like, he's like, yeah, look at Cillian Murphy. Like, look at all these sexy guys, hot guys. I'm just like him. And then it's like, the thing you're doing as like the Giga Chad is like what? Legislation to just like make it illegal not to bully every gay person you see or something. It's like, yeah, we made it so that like every third gay person can't go and eat donuts on a Monday. Like, oh, sick, dude. Giga Chad. Like, oh, man. That's so fire.
I like that he put in like Achilles from Troy. I'm sure that
the
guy.
Gayest motherfucker. Yeah.
I cannot think of anything more horrifying.
It really has shut down drag.
Just produced some of the harshest, most draconian laws that literally threaten trans existence.
Congratulations, Ron DeSantis. Mission accomplished. You win.
Also, no disrespect to my peers mentioned here, including Chris Hayes and my uncle. But like, I said this last time, it just like signals how extremely online you are. You put the fucking Humanist Report, Chris Hayes and Jenk on there. Like, come on. No one who's a voter or has ever wanted to even vote is going to know any of these references. Like, you're a fucking freak at that point. Dude, this is so awesome. He's like, what is he, sexily? This is an AI? It's not even a real Times cover, is it, chat?
What is he peeling an orange?
He's just
Florida.
Like,
gotcha.
You're extremely online, bro. Yeah, I'm an extremely online niche political commentator. If a national presidential campaign featured me in their attack ad, I would lose my fucking mind. It would just signal how stupid you are. Nobody knows who the fuck I am in the real world, okay? Like, I am famous for a very specific subsect of society. Under 35, got a lot of political information and knowledge online because they were trapped indoors for like the better part of 2020. Top Gov. China clears him.
Huh?
China clears him.
Clears?
Yeah, it means like China owns him. So much better. Chinese Top Gun.
Oh, right. Oh, man.
You good, bro?
I'm fried.
We did literally 3 top of the hour ad breaks and your brain is already mush. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm not built like you.
It's been 3 hours.
That's a long time in my world. In a one video a month kind of world, you know.
No, I feel that. Anyway. So that's the ad that they're criticizing. Which, if you want to see uninterrupted at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
poison. It's important to note neither Trump nor DeSantis personally responded to this video over the weekend.
Hi, everyone.
All right, so that video ended.
California is a step closer to giving reparations to millions of black residents descending.
I still think this is a meme. I'm like so confused by this.
Who's
California's doing a reparations task force
from enslaved people. Now, the state task force presented more than 100 recommendations to legislators last week after more than 2 years of research and public hearings. They include payments that could exceed $1 million in some cases. The task force is also calling for free college tuition for those eligible for reparations and funding for wellness centers in majority black neighborhoods. Elise Preston spoke to some of those people whose lives could be affected if the reparations become reality.
A descendant of racial trauma.
Were their parents enslaved?
No, their grandparents.
Their grandparents were enslaved.
Gloria Pirro-Dyer carries the DNA of ancestors who painfully worked on plantations in Georgia and Louisiana.
In the late 1800s, someone in our family was lynched. So the family retaliated. So to escape from what they knew would be a violent reaction, they left Louisiana in the middle of the night, and they kind of scattered to different places.
Her family would eventually settle in the historically black community of Allensworth, California in the 1950s, hoping for a safe, prosperous life. But Pirro-Dyer recalls seeing firsthand the evils of hatred as a young child.
My father was able to buy an actual farm, but the difficulty was it had no well. And he, being a black man, was having great difficulty getting a loan to have a well put in.
If you would have had the well sooner, do you think about what could have happened for your family financially?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We could have been so much farther ahead, you know. There were so many things we could have done had we had water.
For generations, black Californians have battled systemic oppression. During California's gold rush, thousands of enslaved black Americans were trafficked from southern states to labor in California's mines and face persecution, even though the state's constitution outlawed slavery.
Looking at the downside.
The black HasanAbis are so funny. They're like, "Oh, we're moving to California. Yeah, have fun with the rent, dog. see if reparations are gonna help you pay California rent."
What is the rent here?
Yeah, good luck. You're gonna still need to split it 100%. What's the rent here?
Yeah,
I mean, I own, but usually if you want like a 1-bedroom apartment, you know, when I was renting, if you got like anything less than $2,500 for a 1-bedroom apartment, that was like a major steal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I feel, and that was like many years ago at this point, so I feel like it's probably gone up a lot. I paid $2,900 for a 1-bedroom apartment in San fucking Diego. Jesus Christ.
Australia's fucked too, but like not.
1 bedroom is 1.3K in LA average. Okay, LA is massive. I'm talking about West Hollywood. Like, yeah, if you leave Los Angeles, if you go to the Valley, for example, you can find it for cheaper, for sure. And then you have other places like Irvine. I saw some chatter talking about it where it's like $4,000 because it's like a gated community with fiber optic cables and everything like laid out. Irvine is like very straight. It's super fucking far from Los Angeles. Like, and yet the housing is insanely expensive. Fresno area is still around $1,600 for 2-bedroom. Yeah, but that's Fresno. Yeah, you might as well be telling me about you might as well be telling me about rent in Nevada. You know what I mean? Like,
we had lynchings in here in California, which a lot of people don't understand.
California Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer served on the state's reparations task
bomb ass Asian food though. You know. That's why I said fiber optic cables.
Force and will now use its
Like,
findings to propose a reparations bill to fellow
They
state
got good
lawmakers.
ass internet.
Not being able to own your own businesses.
incredible Asian
Not being
food.
able to access to capital. Not being able to be hired and move up and matriculate. All of those things
All tech people.
kept us from being able to rise naturally.
The California Task Force economists calculate descendants in its state lost out on more than $500 billion in wealth from over-incarceration, shortened lifespan, and business devaluation alone. But cash payouts won't necessarily equal that figure. That's now up to lawmakers.
So moving forward, you have this 1,000-page report, roughly, that you're drafting into a bill. What does that look like?
It is a daunting task. Even just doing one thing is going to be extremely difficult.
Joan Sawyer believes California could provide the blueprint to renew the national reparations effort.
Can those recommendations truly reverse all of the harms that Black people have gone through?
We may not totally get there, but we're going to be so much better than if we had never done anything.
More than half of the country believes the legacy of slavery still impacts Black Americans today. Still, roughly 2/3 of Americans do not support reparations.
I really think it's a distraction.
They're like, yeah, it's a problem, but like, don't fix it. It's a problem, but like, I like it. It's such a funny, dude. I love polls, man. I love people getting polled in the United States of America. It's just always like, it's always some shit like this because the American politics, the average American person, the average American political politics understander is just like a sea of contradictions. You know, this is a perfect demonstration of it.
Bob Woodson is among the 17% of Black Americans not in favor of reparations.
So what would you say is the legacy of slavery?
It is a part of our past. It was brutal. Oppression is a part of the story, and it should be told. But we should never define ourselves by what disabled us.
Piero Dyer defines her family as survivors who persisted despite atrocities and anguish.
What are you hoping generations from now the world looks like for your descendants?
I hope that racism will be eliminated. Racism is taught, and if it has been taught and learned, it can be unlearned.
Recognizing the past and reconciling for the future. For CBS Mornings, Elise Preston, Los Angeles.
I mean, it's quite a task. I don't know how you calculate the potential loss and literally whittle it down to a dollar figure because money really isn't enough per se. But I think it's really good that California has taken this seriously and sort of started this conversation.
In part because they're as the biggest state, they're the one that often does something like this first on environmental stuff, consumer safety.
And you had this thing in LA with Bruce's Beach where they gave it back to the family who they'd taken it from, and then they
Bro, that was one house, dude. Like, it's entirely different. I mean, yeah, they did that one time for one family.
sold it back to the city, which kind of worked out for everybody because it's about generational wealth, and those resources you just don't have if you've had,
Let the constable rest, man. All right, here, this is the last thing we're going to talk about with the constable, and then we'll let him leave.
Using drones from the air and armored bulldozers on the ground,
all the good
Israel
China
is
content
launching
when I'm
its
not here.
largest military incursion into the
I'm keeping all the
occupied
China content to myself.
West Bank city of Jenin in 2 decades. So
I love using neutral. Yeah, this is Israel Palestine drama.
Yeah.
I love using neutral language, like they're cops. You know, when police shootings happen, when like police murder someone.
Yeah.
And they're like, lethal strike was facilitated, and projectile bullets were flying and made contact with a person, and it's like, well, what happened there? You know, and they're basically talking about it in the same terms whenever they
Well, they
fucking
just
talk about
launched it. You don't know what's
Israel launches lethal strike on Jenin.
These are the
Israel
guys
says
you
the
and Connor
operation
were
is focused
fundraising
on
for, right?
counterterrorism. Palestinians call it a new war crime against
That's why they just got their new drones. Yeah.
our defenseless people. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 8 people have been killed, with that number likely to rise, and at least 50 others now injured. Israel says it hit terrorist infrastructure in the densely populated.
Yeah, Israel always says that, bro. That really doesn't mean anything.
Whatever
Okay.
terrorist infrastructure is.
Yeah, I mean, they said that when they hit the Associated Press building. Okay. Like the notion that like Israel is hitting terrorist structure is just anywhere where there are brown people, Israel considers terrorist structures.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course, bro. What do you mean? We
the
didn't
constable's
stop.
here all day.
We never stopped, dude. I'm fucking slutting him out right now.
It's ridiculous. I've
Yeah,
been here
I'm-
for 3 hours.
I
I
feel
feel
like
like
here-
it might come in waves, you know?
He's
It's just-
so tired.
Checked in on you guys like when I first went out, and you haters or something.
No, we were just
you were watching.
No,
They
we
were
were
watching you.
No, we were just looking at who's the tallest.
Yeah.
We were just looking at heights of like leaders and stuff. But you translated that to hottest for some reason.
Yeah, that's a bit problematic.
Yeah. All right, let's keep
The
going.
Jenin refugee camp. The operation comes less than 2 weeks after a raid in the same area erupted into a massive firefight.
Why are they blurring his
killing
face?
at least 5 Palestinians. We want to go straight to our Hadas Gold, who joins us
Yeah,
now
what?
live near Jerusalem. Obviously, this is a notable escalation. Hadas, can you give us a sense of this operation, both on the ground but also in historical terms, given the uptick in violence that you've covered now for the last 18 months?
Yeah, we have been covering this regular sort of cycle of violence for the past 18 months. The Israeli military launching these regular raids into the occupied West.
I'm waiting for Israel to finally come out and be like, listen, of course we're going to keep hitting children because, like, the Palestinian age demographic is just too fucking low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bank after a series of Palestinian attacks targeting Israelis.
He's doing
the Israeli
Sigma
military
face.
saying that they're going into the West Bank to try to prevent militants from being able to later carry out attacks. But it just seems to be perpetuating the cycle of violence. And we have been reporting it seemingly time and time again about how everything we're seeing is once again reminiscent of the days of the Second Intifada, when Israeli tanks were seen in the actual cities themselves in the West Bank. But really today is something new, because it's been confirmed now from an Israeli military source telling CNN that this is the largest Israeli military operation in the West Bank since 2002. When you look at just the full number of soldiers, hundreds of Israeli soldiers, the fact that they were using airstrikes from drones, we know of at least 10 airstrikes that were being.
It's wild saying like cycle of violence and shit. Because like in every sense of the word, it's like going to a kindergarten and slaughtering them with an AR-15, and you're like fully kitted out. Okay, and then the kindergartners throw rocks at you, and retaliation in the cycle of violence. Now, some of you might say, "Oh, wow, Hasan, Palestinians are fully grown adults and human beings. Like, how dare you rid them of autonomy and treat them like they're kindergartners?" No, literally. Some of the fucking kids, a lot of them, are kindergartners that are getting fucking blown to bits. Because in Gaza, and even in the West Bank now, anywhere where there are Palestinians that remain, their average age is insanely low. Care to wonder, do you guys want to know why that is the case? And most importantly, this used to be Gaza, okay? The world's largest open-air prison, where I forget what the average age is, but they've already massacred the able-bodied men. So, of course, what remains are fucking children. Now they're doing it in occupied West Bank. I'm old enough to remember that occupied West Bank and the encroachment in the form of settler colonial terrorism was actually seen as an objectively evil thing that Israel was not even openly advocating for, but even in some instances openly saying that it was wrong. Do you remember that? Back in the day, they would be like, oh, these bulldozers, I mean, I don't know how they got there, but like, of course, we would never supply infrastructural and military support to them, to very quickly being like, oh no, we're making the entirety of West Bank into a parking lot where we are purposefully, strategically blowing through Palestinian neighborhoods in an effort to set up additional checkpoints in between them and make lives completely uninhabitable for Palestinians living on Palestinian soil that Israel has no fucking business being there. I mean, they don't have any business being in the entirety of fucking Palestine, but let's be real, especially so even from like the most liberal, progressive perspective, right? And yet, here we are. The median age in Gaza is 18 and the West Bank median age is 21.9. Yeah. You got something to say?
No.
Good.
Being carried out in Jenin. When you look at the bulldozers that are tearing up streets on the streets of Jenin, now Israeli military saying this is being done to try.
Any kind of coverage on this matter that doesn't reflect the reality that I just described to you, which is an apartheid regime set up by an apartheid regime with the express purpose of creating a religious ethno state. Okay. A theocratic ethno state. Anyone that does not explain it on such terms is lying to you. They're whitewashing genocide. Western media is absolutely doing this. Okay? 100%.
And root out IEDs that militants place underneath the surface level of the street, but obviously that affects the civilians who are living there as well. And we are actually seeing Israeli tanks, not in Jenin itself, but on the outskirts outside the city limits. Again, these are not scenes that we are used to seeing here, at least not since the days of the Second Intifada. And Paula, this is ongoing.
They called it a military operation. This is how Russia talks about Ukraine. Yeah, yeah. Right, it's just a military operation.
We're still getting reports.
Except Israel is like significantly more successful than Russia is. Let's be real, because Ukraine is backed by the Western powers. Israel also backed by the Western powers. In a conflict like this, the party that is backed by Western powers is always going to have some level of upper hand. I mean, in the Ukraine situation, at least it's like even the playing field, I think, in a serious way. But in the Israel-Palestine situation, it's just like incredible. You're using the most advanced weapons on people who literally don't have water, or their water supply is completely controlled by the people using the advanced military war machine. You know?
Of firefights, the Israeli military saying that they just in the last hour, 2 hours or so, were engaged in firefights with militants at a mosque. They say that they discovered some underground tunnels under the mosque that were being used to store weapons. We are getting reports of potentially even further airstrikes. This has now been going on for definitely more than 12 hours.
This is the Arthur Knight.
Yeah, I know, but then
that's different. That's a separate issue.
I think we're approaching now 16 hours of this operation, and yet still the Israeli military is saying that it is not necessarily a large-scale operation against the entire West Bank. They say they are focused on Jenin and that they want to essentially prevent Jenin from once again becoming what they call a safe haven for militants. Now, we are hearing that at least 8 Palestinians have been killed. There have been some reports that some of them at least are militants, but no militant group has claimed them yet as their own. We know of at least 50 who have been injured. One Israeli soldier has been injured as well. But of course, for the civilians there, I was actually just in Jenin yesterday on the ground talking.
I wonder what happened. Did one of the IDF guys stub their toe?
Yeah, they got to be pretty incompetent to get injured in this situation.
It's like we talked about the American war machine in Iraq and Afghanistan. If there's one group of occupying forces that are directly doing even worse kinds of warfare, like disproportionate use of force against enemy combatants that are literally civilians with nothing, it's the Israeli occupying force against random Palestinian 14-year-olds, okay? Tripped over a dangerous rock. It's like, dude, you are one of the most geared occupying force on the planet. It would literally be like, it'd be like if the American militarized police force was like literally going into a kindergarten and just like slaughtering everyone. Okay, they would like drive the fucking APC.
I feel like I can already spot some terrorist infrastructure though. I don't think this picture, those lights, probably like super high voltage.
Well, the lights are there so that the terrorists can spot the big, beautiful, brave IDF vegan soldiers from afar, and then take pot shots with a sniper rifle. Yeah,
there's a lot of infrastructure here that dangerous.
I would go so far as to say that, like, even in fucking Yemen, the rebel groups are funded better by Iranian partisans than against the Saudi genocide than the Palestinians are against Israel, because like they're completely controlled. You know what I mean? Like their access is just absolutely diminished.
Yeah.
And most of the world sees that as a genocide, right? Because it's being conducted by the Saudis. Anyway.
Talking to residents, they today are saying this is something they have never seen before, or at least have not seen in decades. Now, the White House has said that they are closely monitoring the situation. They did say...
I have what it might be a stupid question. I can never find an answer for this question for most leftists even, but why is this classified as a genocide when the Palestinian population is rising? The reason why people don't answer you when you say that is because that's like literally very common genocide denial from what the Nazis did when talking about the Holocaust. I just gave you the average number, the average age of the Palestinian population. Also, the Palestinian population numbers rising in comparison to what? Like, why do you think the median age is 21 and 18? What do you think happened? They just all have this like unique genetic condition. I mean, they just die. They just magically cease to perish. There's a unique genetic condition. It's called not having clean water or electricity and being bombed all the time. That's how it goes, I think. Yeah, they all got vaccinated. Oh, wait, no. Israel is based. They were super pro-vaccine for the Israelis and super anti-vaccine for the Palestinians. They were based anti-vaxxers against Palestinians, dude. So they wouldn't even let them have the vaccine because they didn't want them to get autism, gay autism.
Broadly, they support Israel's security and its fight against terrorism, but there is a concern that this will spill over into something much broader, that this will spill over across the West Bank. We have already heard from the militant group Hamas. It has called on its members, on its cells, to strike Israel, it said, wherever it can. Paula.
Yeah, certainly. I'm glad, Hadas, that you could put that into historical perspective. As you said, more than 2 decades in terms of this escalation. We will continue to follow this developing story for us. Hadas Goldfrost, appreciate your update. Time now for the exchange. Our next guest tweets that the Jenin refugee camp is about 1 square kilometer and home to about 13,000 people. I mean, think of that. It's incredibly crowded. And she says targeting this camp.
Yeah, just drone striking that tiny ass fucking space is perfectly valid, dude.
From the air and ground puts all residents at risk. Noorday is a political analyst and a former spokesperson for the Palestinian Authority, and she joins me now live from Ramallah in the West Bank. I want to get right to what you know about the operation in the ground right now. What can you tell us about the operation itself, and what are you hearing from your sources on the ground?
Well, I can tell you that journalists have been struggling to cover the story on the ground. They've come under direct fire themselves. The medical crews, as you reported, have also had a lot of difficulty accessing the refugee camp and retrieving the injured or tending to those who need help, including the elderly and the civilians trapped in the refugee camp during this operation, which is going on almost 16 hours now.
It is an operation.
And
it's pretty
a lot
good.
of former colleagues who
like
have
identical
covered,
language.
who had covered.
Oh yeah, the Palestinian
Special military operation.
Palestinian Authority, by the way. Yeah, no wonder fucking people in the West Bank hate these motherfuckers, dude. Like, yeah, they're just doing operation right now. Thanks, former Palestinian Authority political. This is the pro-Palestine guy that they have on CNN. They're doing a military operation on the dogs, the rabid dogs that were living there. I mean, it's totally worthy and worthwhile. You know? I mean, it's a really small area. You know, I get it. These awful people, they're using meat shields, human shields.
Covered the 2002 invasion of the refugee camp say the atmosphere is very reminiscent of that bloody episode when Israel killed over 60 Palestinians and basically pummeled the refugee camp, destroyed it, leveled many of its neighborhoods to the ground, also under the very similar pretenses.
You know, it's hard for us to get a read of what's going on the ground. We have live pictures right now of Janine, and as you can see, as the sun is setting, we still...
Yeah, refugee camp, not sure how that works when they are Palestinians in their own country. Maybe concentration camp is more precise. You know, relegating them to ghettos. You know, seems like that's what is happening. But yeah, it is. That is precisely what it is.
Still see smoke rising from there. And
if you say, "Whoa, they have freedom of travel," how dare you say that? No, the fuck they don't. As a matter of fact, they quite literally do not. Can you just donate to the IDF? Do you switch around days later? Okay, guys. Okay, come on. We're talking about serious shit. Don't laugh at that.
Oh, sorry. I thought they actually believed it.
No, I think they're just joking right now. We're covering something serious. Okay. They are actively greenwashing already. The saga of Israeli water management is one of the most inspiring stories of the last 75 years. Israel went from having serious water problem to being a net water exporter to neighboring countries. Meanwhile, the population grew from 1 million to well over 9 million. 97% of Gaza's water is undrinkable. Like everything else about Israel, the displacement and murder of Palestinians is the reality that this greenwashing attempts to obscure. Yeah. They have so much water, they're giving it to neighbors, dude. Except, you know, not the people that used to live there that you displaced and kill all the time. Insane. But again, they're based. They don't want the gay turning water. Palestinians, they want Palestinians to not turn gay with the water.
Oh,
that's what it is. That's why they deny them the vaccines. That's why they deny them modern medicine. That's why they deny them water. They deny Palestinians electricity so that they are not like mind melted, brainwashed by TikToks. You know, it's hard to get access to the internet. Okay, you can joke. Yes, bitch, I can joke because I'm the streamer. You know what my fucking politics are. You know what I'm saying. Whereas when you joke, I don't know if you're like a psychopath who legitimately believes that or if you're just joking. That's the problem. That's the difference. Yes, it's called context. It's called nuance. I don't know where you're coming from.
Israeli government believes that this operation will continue for some hours to come. In terms of tactics here, what are you hearing as well? Which I'm sure it's difficult for you to get information because, you know, mobile internet coverage is spotty, sometimes non-existent. We just had that update from the Palestinian Red Crescent saying medical professionals were having a hard time getting to those injured. I mean, give us an indication of operationally what this will look like if you're inside such a crowded camp right now.
Well, let me try to visualize this for the viewers. Basically, a large contingent of Israeli armored vehicles have gotten into the refugee camp. They've basically plowed many of the streets. They've destroyed the water network, cut off electricity. So the residents
she's right.
She's
not as bad as I thought she was going to be.
And nowhere to go. And many of the buildings have been taken over by Israeli soldiers to be used as sniper positions. So those who have had the misfortune of Israeli soldiers taking over their home are now trapped in those homes that is being used by Israeli soldiers to shoot at Palestinian activists. And I want to put this in perspective, if you allow me. For Palestinians, these horrible scenes and these SOS calls from paramedics and from journalists and from residents of the refugee camp are part of a bigger and very violent picture of daily life under Israeli occupation. The Palestinians are ruled against their will by the Israelis. And in order to maintain that rule, which is violent in its nature, Israel conducts these campaigns against Palestinian resistance, which exists because the occupation exists. As you know, your reporter was reporting out of Ukraine a few moments ago and was talking about efforts to combat occupation there. It's pretty much the same when it comes to Palestinians, only unfortunately the international reaction is very different.
And our reporting says that the United States Biden administration is watching the situation closely, but it continues to hold the line, saying that, look, Israel is entitled to safeguard its security. I also want to get to...
Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God. You cannot say that. It's like, dude, the situation is equivalent to, like I said, a bunch of fucking military, like, hopped up psychopathic reactionary cops walking into a fucking kindergarten or just driving an armored personnel carrier to the wall of a kindergarten and then slaughtering all the fucking children in there. Okay? You don't turn around and go, well, what about the cops' right to defend themselves? Okay? They have a right to safeguard themselves. It's like, you can't do that. That's an insane fucking take.
It's just
to hold the line, saying that, look, Israel is entitled to safeguard its security. I also want to get to those calls from Hamas and Islamic Jihad to, in their words...
Yeah, what about Hamas and Islamic Jihad? Okay, what about them, dude? What do you want? What do they have? What does the Palestinian person have? What do they have for any kind of, like, even crumb of emancipation? Everyone always like Islamic Jihad and Hamas. First of all, Hamas, also an Israeli/American counterbalance to the more Marxist, more tolerant revolutionary, still armed revolutionary groups that originally were profoundly popular, but you butchered them. So now there's only the fundamentalists left, okay? And, you know, they're the only ones who are rising up in arms to defend themselves. What are you supposed to do? Every American loves fantasizing about how if some motherfucker came to my house, some perverts came to my house and like try to fuck my wife, like I'd have my AR-15 and I'd shoot that fucker dead. You know what I mean? I have a right to defend myself. But like when it comes down to it, no Palestinian has a right to defend themselves against a brutal occupying force. Okay, you can't do that. They're always like, nope, not like that. Don't do that. What about Hamas? What about Hamas? It's like, what do they have? They have nothing. They have nothing. Like half the time when we talk about fucking rocket fire from Gaza into Israel, right? The worthy people, the people that are actually being blown away that people should care about, right? Every single time they talk about Hamas, where did they get the rockets from? Where? How are they making the rockets? They're making it with projectiles that Israel threw into Gaza. Okay? It's not like they got fucking rocket scientists out there. It's not like they got, you know, a litany of natural resources to build from. It's not like they have a steady flow of shit coming into fucking Gaza. They're literally making handmade rockets off of the fucking rockets that you shot down into Gaza. And all of those rockets are ultimately intercepted. Almost all of them are intercepted. You know how? Because I'm a tax-paying U.S. citizen and I pay for the Iron Dome. So like I literally have I'm already defending Israel every goddamn day with my taxes, okay? I have, time and time again, said we should sell to both sides. Like, if Israel gets an Iron Dome, Palestine, across the board, okay? Palestinians deserve Stingray missiles or Stinger missiles. They deserve like a howitzer launching system. They deserve an Iron Dome of themselves. You double up on the money. Just give them the Iron Dome too. Give them HIMARS. Treat it like Ukraine. You know what I mean? Fucking bullshit. Are Palestinians just supposed to sit there forever until they're granted rights by an occupying force? Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, what are they supposed to do? They're like, what about Hamas? What about Hamas? Like, yeah, I'm sorry that, like, you know, the only people that have like an armed form, like the only people that are basically the functional government of an open air prison that Israel manages happen to be fundamentalists and are not like woke for you, okay? And by that same logic, like Ukraine doesn't meet that metric either, but you don't give a fuck when you see the black sun on every fucking military patch on Ukrainian soldiers because it doesn't matter, because it's like more manageable because they're white. That is an armed emancipation cause that you are on board with. You don't care.
What about Russia's right to self-defense?
Nazis equals Islamists? No, that's not what I'm saying, man. Shut the fuck up. Like, you're leaping here, okay? I'm stating, first of all, if Nazis equaled Islamists, I'm sure the U.S. media wouldn't have that much of a problem with fucking fundamentalists, okay? It would be like, no, these guys are awesome. Yeah, they hated the woke issue when the PLO was prominent. No, I already mentioned that. It was like Hamas as an institution is the only form of governance. You can't look at this as like, oh, what are their politics in this regard? Oh, what are their personal perspectives here? It's the government, dog. What are you supposed to do? Think about it this way. America shot down the fucking Chinese balloon like a couple months back, okay? Because some dumbass balloon drifted over U.S. airspace, okay, on accident. Think about that. That's what the government is supposed to do. The government's supposed to protect you, right? So what the fuck is Hamas supposed to do if they're the government? They're supposed to protect you from Israeli missile attacks, okay? They're supposed to retaliate. That's what they're doing. That's the government, dog. Of course they're going to do that.
Strike Israel by all available means to stop the massacre.
Yeah, and their available means are just fucking kites that they put like incendiary, like the little bit of incendiary fuel that they can find on those kites, so they can like try to fucking fling the kite over the border wall so it can like drop on crops, dude. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. How devastating, how terrifying.
I mean, how much of a tipping point are we at here in terms of an escalation, especially, all available means basically is a call to action for more violence, is it not?
Like, if you want to stop Hamas's power, or if you want to stop Palestinian attacks, stop fucking making more radicalized babies who are going to understandably want to take up arms against this unlawful, unjust, and cruel apartheid state that's occupying their land. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to fucking grab a gun and defend yourself? It is the most honest, most just, most understandable reaction to watching your fucking baby cousin get blown to bits in her crib, okay? You see that shit, you're not going to be the same ever again. You look at a situation where every single Palestinian child has PTSD. Every single one. What are they supposed to do? How is it supposed to stop? How is the hurt supposed to stop in any other way? It's not like they can ask kindly, and if they do ask kindly, Israel will go, fuck, man, I didn't realize how bad things were. I didn't realize we were sitting in Sidarot cinema, propping fucking couches on hilltops to watch with binoculars as Israeli snipers snipe down 14-year-olds. I didn't realize that was morally unhinged, okay? Didn't realize that. My bad. I didn't realize that it was fucked up to watch Palestinian babies get blown to fucking bits by U.S.-backed artillery, okay? Air support and artillery and all this technology that we are also helping Israel utilize and deploy on unsuspecting Palestinian babies. I didn't realize watching that shit like it was fireworks was actually kind of unhinged, genocidal, bloodthirsty. I didn't realize it was like that. I thought it was kind of tight that we were doing that. You are traumatizing your guys. I'm happy that Alexa is not talking right now because I don't know if he knows how to toe the line when talking about these sorts of things without, getting banned. So I'm happy that he's just quietly listening. If you have any input, obviously don't say anything bad.
I think you're covering it.
Yeah. Bro acting like Palestinians don't do the same thing. Yeah, Palestinians, dude. Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. Yeah, 14-year-old Palestinians fucking deploying missile strikes into different parts of Israel. It's, you know, they're always just like they're flying the Palestinian Air Force. Gaza Air Brigade Commander Mahmoud is fucking flying a plane over Tel Aviv and just deploying artillery and bombs on the beaches. Also famously backed by the U.S. military, of course. Palestinians have those extremely sophisticated NATO weapons. If a Palestinian ever acquires a NATO weapon, it's because some dumbass Israeli soldier dropped it, okay? That's the only way they're getting that shit. Let's be fucking real. Come on, brother. Tell me what the Palestinians are doing. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say they have rockets, okay, that they launch indiscriminately. And again, exactly. A lot of those are intercepted, but they have nothing left. Wait till the chat realizes that in 1858, the Ottomans decriminalized homosexuality in Palestine. 50 years later, British colonial code imported criminalized homosexuality in British mandate Palestine. Same for Pakistan, too. Yeah.
Said the exact same thing yesterday.
I was talking about this.
It's a daily affirmation for him.
Yeah, I talk about how gay the Ottomans are, and he just gets jealous.
That's why the Serbs had to fight for
Yeah,
liberation.
they were fighting. They were fighting against the woke. Yeah, they were fighting against the woke Ottomans. They're like, none of that gay shit. Yeah, remember when the Palestinian civilians famously sniped an Al Jazeera journalist, like two-tapped her on purpose when she was very clearly fucking when she was very clearly, visibly a journalist. Very famous one, as a matter of fact. Remember when nothing happened? Oh, remember when Palestinians also then went in to the funeral proceedings and beat the shit out of the people that were mourning the loss of this famous Al Jazeera journalist? Remember when that happened? Oh, wait, that never happened. It was Israel that did that. And then the American media collectively chose to fucking try and act like that was not a real thing. Okay? Yeah, they attacked the fucking casket, dude. The amount of cruelty that Palestinians are subjected to on a daily fucking basis as a normal part of their lives is unimaginable, okay? It's insane. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just unhinged, unimaginable, insane, completely unacceptable. It's disgusting. And the supposed Angloid barbarian pedophiles sit there and act like they are so much better than the subject of their cruelty when they turn a blind eye to this massacre, and even have the audacity to turn around and be like, well, these guys are not woke. You know? What are their thoughts on the gays? You know? It's great, man. Yeah, they deserve to be fucking brutally massacred. Thank you. Anyway.
Well, I want to, just bring in the Palestinian perspective.
No, don't
here.
look. Don't look. Don't pet her.
By a foreign military is violent, and it's violent every day, even when it doesn't make the news. The fact that Hamas and Islamic Jihad are now calling for reaction against the invasion of the refugee camp is predictable.
That's always funny when they're like, oh, dude, Palestinians, well, they're not woke. It's like, yeah, there's gay Palestinians too, bitch. They're fucking dying indiscriminately. The Israeli rocket fire too, so.
Nothing surprising about that, just as there is nothing surprising about the fact that Palestinians don't want to be ruled by foreigners who use unnecessary force, who use extreme force against civilians. Israel has killed more Palestinians this year so far than it did the year before, which was already the most violent in the past 16 or 17 years. It has allowed for settlement expansion that has exceeded the total number of settlement units built last year, only in the past 6 months. This Israeli government, which Israelis are protesting against, is the most violent, most extreme, most anti-Palestinian that we've seen since Israel's establishment, perhaps. At its core and its declared agenda is not just to maintain control over the West Bank, to annex that West Bank and consider it part of Israel, but also to crush the very notion of Palestinian freedom and statehood. So the Palestinians are not only under attack, they feel that their very existence is under attack.
So we will continue to follow the breaking news on this story. I want to update us that from 50, it's now gone to at least 80 wounded. That's the information we're getting. We thank you for your insights on this. As I say, we continue to follow the breaking news out of Israel. Appreciate it.
Now let's turn to the situation in
I'm gonna fart on Kaya. Oh man, look, I'd love to. It's just hard. The timing's off, you know. I think Hasan's feeding me in a way that stops me from farting on her. And whenever I need to fart, it's bedtime. You know, I'm not anywhere near Kaya. I can't do it. He knows what he's doing. He's engineering a way for me not to fart on his dog. But I'll try my best. You know, I'll do it for you. Fart on Alex instead. I'm always farting on Alex. That's just a given. I want to show Hasan a video. There was one. We're going to save it for Alex. He's got to come downstairs as well. Fart blocking me. That's what. Smart. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Just having a chat with your fans, planning some things.
Happening?
No, don't worry about it. We're not talking about anything.
Oh no. What happened?
No, literally nothing. Just a thing.
We watched porn? Wait, what? You did not.
I was just doing sexy puzzles.
No. You did?
No.
I mean, it's fine. Sexy puzzles are safe for work, I think.
Not my puzzles.
Oh no!
No, I'm joking. We didn't do it.
Oh no, it's over. It's Jover. I'm getting cooked. I'm getting banned, boys. Those 821 documents. Like what I was thinking about with respect to like Palestinians and their personal politics or whatever is kind of like the classic liberal position. The classic liberal position of like giving like not giving a fuck about like Alabama, you know what I mean, or not giving a fuck about like West Virginia coal miners. They're like, well, they voted Republican. It's like, okay, well, they don't deserve to die. I don't give a fuck what their personal ideology is. Like, I still have principles. You know what I mean? It just blows my mind that we're just like, well, no, I don't really like what they're doing. I don't really like their policies. Anyway. Yeah.
In France, because to
Let's
Paris.
Let's talk about the French riots. You know, there's good kinds of riots, and then there's bad kinds of riots.
I don't know if it's my fault, but my feed has been like so right wing on this. Like everyone's talking about.
No, this is universal.
Okay,
it seems,
so
yeah.
Bizarre.
Like the perception. So everyone. And I mean everyone in America has been like, yeah, take it to Macron, that homosexual. Like, you know, Gilets Jaunes protests, I'm on board. Yellow vests, like, I love it. Yeah, keep protesting. Like, they love everyone that fucking loved the French riots that were happening seemingly every fucking day, okay, that were happening seemingly every day, are now collectively going, hey, now, maybe we went a little too far. Maybe we went a little too far. Why? Well, because the riots this time around is not revolving around the additional taxes or revolving around like increasing the retirement age. This time it's about police brutality. So it's all of a sudden everyone's like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me black and brown Frenchmen are doing riots? Nope, can't do that. Don't like that. You better stop that now. Simmer down now. That's where they're at. Let's
People have been
take a look.
gathering outside town halls across the country to call for calm after almost a week of rioting. Crowds gathered in solidarity with one of the mayors of a Paris suburb whose wife and children were forced to flee after a burning vehicle.
Yeah, someone tried to drive a burning vehicle through the mayor's house.
Were sent towards their house on Saturday night. It was relatively calmer on the streets of France last night, with around 150 arrests compared with more than 700 the night before. But pressure on the government continues. Well, let's go live now to our correspondent Tom Simons. And Tom, you're there in terms of today's rather more peaceful protest.
Okay, I don't like this argument either, though. French people, immigrant or not, couldn't destroy France as much as France destroyed Africa if they tried. Like, yeah, I know. I agree. And I know that like that's always like the third worldist position, right? Whenever people are like, well, you know, just a little bit of riot is allowed or whatever. But like, you're not arriving at you're not able to parse through the subject matter when you cover it on those terms. Like colonial violence is obviously the reason why these dudes are fucking there to begin with. You know what I mean? In some respects. In this otherwise like very racist country. But having said that, like last week they were fucking burning the same shit for another reason and everyone was pogging at it. You know what I mean? Like, so why is all of a sudden, why the switch up? Why is everybody going, oh, let's collectively calm down real quick? Like they're fucking French. This is what they do. If anything, there's no better indication that because I've seen, yeah, I've seen so many fucking American dickheads be like, wow, I can't believe, this is what happens when open borders, like Nazis couldn't destroy France, but then open borders did. And I'm like, bitch, they're French. This is the most French thing to do. Burning buildings with Molotov cocktails is literally the most French tradition. Okay? If anything, it's assimilation. It's perfect assimilation. Okay?
Just describe what's been happening in the last half an hour or so.
Well, Matthew, we've walked through the streets of this town, Les Roses, and we've walked with the mayor of the town, Vincent Jeanbrun, surrounded by thousands of people from this town and from around the area. And they are here because it was his home, which was attacked 2 nights ago by
Are they doxing
somebody,
him now?
not clear who,
Like
with
we're
a
in
car
front of the
who
very
drove
house.
into his house. The mayor was not at home. He was at the town hall in the centre of town, but his wife and children were there, and his wife was injured in that attack.
Patriotic socialists on Twitter were saying it's a CIA color revolution because Macron wanted to join BRICS.
Sick.
Dude,
Sick.
look, I'm in favor of multipolarity, but nothing strikes me funnier than talking about BRICS as like a collective. Like, I feel like Alex is probably going to disagree with me on this here. But I know you're like a big BRICS guy probably, but it's like none of these countries, for the most part, are like, applying the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist principles in their governance. It's just like,
apart from China,
to a degree,
that doesn't matter.
let's say transitional socialist state of China.
They're preparing for Maoism too.
Yeah, socialism with Chinese characteristics is what they're doing. Some of those characteristics happen to be the same shit that you get in Norway. But anyway, whatever. But yeah, like the famous Marxist Modi. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, but I think the funniest thing here would be France joining BRICS.
Well, you couldn't even fit it in. There's only one vowel.
Brifsks.
You can't have any more consonants in there.
Brifsks. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Brifsks.
Not allowing France to join BRICS simply on the virtue that it doesn't sound good.
Yeah. Well, you need another vowel. You need England. You need. I don't even know.
Yeah. We have Mao too. His name is Joe Biden. True. How did you forget? Oh,
I'm not very. Yeah. I'm not,
you know who could join BRICS? America.
Yeah. BRICS.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. United States of America, if you want.
Oh yeah.
BRICUSA.
BRICS.
Yeah, BRICUSA. Just saying. Fabrics, France and America. Fabrics.
That's stupid. Fabrics. Rims.
Morador says a lot of comment are bullshit here on France. I just don't get it. I don't know why everybody sort of suddenly switched up so quick. They were like, "What riots? We hate that. What? We have never rioted. I hate the violence. The violence against property must stop. Sacre bleu." It's like, what? Last week you guys were like trying to fucking kill Macron. What happened? I'm all in favor.
Attack. And that attack seems to have been a turning point in the events of the last week here in France. We've seen plenty of protests at night during the darkness.
They're like, we need Le Kyle Rittenhouse. Where is Le Kyle Rittenhouse? Only one man can save us. Oui. We no longer like the riots. No more guillotine. Cox, China, Ontario, Kansas, Syria.
There's 2 Chinas.
China, Ontario, China, Kansas, Syria. There's 2 Chinas. Yeah, it's normal.
Oh, it's Taiwan and China.
Yeah. China, Ontario, Chinese Taipei, Kansas, Syria. Oh, Jesus.
Smashed up cars, burnt cars, attacks on buildings, attacks on the police, attacks on the media. But it has changed. The mood has changed in the last day with events like this. Several thousand people listening to the speeches of the mayor, who's just told them that we are millions, the silent majority, and that we say, stop, it's enough.
Yeah. When I think of the silent majority in France, I think of these guys. They're like the underrepresented Frenchmen. No, here's the issue, okay? Whenever stuff like this happens, obviously there's going to be unintentional or even sometimes intentional property damage that didn't really deserve it, you know?
Excesses,
some property is going to be damaged that like is ridiculous, like schools or fucking bus stops or whatever, right? Or buses or any matter of public transit, really. I really love trains, and I think it's fucked up when you burn them down, and buses too. It's kind of fucked up. Anyway, because you're going to use them, right? There was like that one library that didn't burn down, by the way. I don't know why people said that they fucking burned down the library. But ultimately, the best way to prevent that from happening is just by not allowing cops to, you know, kill random people at traffic stops. So that's pretty good. You shouldn't, you shouldn't do that. And then this way it doesn't happen. It's not like, I was about to say, it's not like France is fucking burning libraries every day, but then they kind of are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apply the same principle. Like, apply the same principle you did to the Gilets Jaunes protests that you do to this. Like, oh, yeah, if you don't want fucking libraries to burn down, then, you know, don't raise the retirement age. Right?
That cop's a millionaire now.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. That was crazy. There's got to be Americans juice in that campaign.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like French people are too poor. They tax more.
Are they even French? We got like 2 French flags. This woman's representing Thailand. I don't know who that guy is. That one's a fake flag.
Yeah, they've just made it up.
These guys are faking it.
Yeah. The argument in France now is that the poorest neighborhood are the ones being destroyed, and they're the ones that got rebuilt compared to the protests during the pension reform and Gilets Jaunes that were happening in the center of Paris. Yeah, that's really interesting because, well, those are the motherfuckers that live there, okay? Like, those are the guys that live there. You know? That's partially the reason why you're talking about property damage now, which, by the way, I've heard from Black Lives Matter protests as well. It's ironic to see, like, the same exact counters being deployed here in the exact same way. It's like as repetitive as the top of the hour ad break. It comes to the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You want to stop the riots, stop police killings. If you want to stop the top of the hour ad break, subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky.
What I found so much on my feed is like people mobilizing just like anti-refugee stuff, as if like this is all the doing of refugees entirely. And it's like, look, we were right when we said don't take any in. Like I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm over here thinking, have you seen yourselves, France? Like I said, I can't repeat this enough. It's like, no, if anything, that shows that these refugees have assimilated perfectly. Also, they're not even refugees. They're like, they're just
like
Algerian French. Like third generation, literally. The protest riots are far removed from the spark that was the police shooting. It's more the result of 50 years of neglect and government disengagement from the suburbs expressed as wholesale pillage because those guys have little hope for a future. Yeah, I mean, it's a similar principle behind like police brutality and that being the spark with George Floyd protests sometimes turning into something a little bit more than just like a George Floyd protest, right? Black Lives Matter isn't just about police brutality. It's about systemic discrimination that black people face in America, right? And it's the same, or it's a similar principle behind that. Anyway, the government just wants a good reason to increase security law before the Olympics. That's why they let violence escalate the past few days. It's been like that for the past 30 years. I'm sadly French. I'm sadly French. That's allowed. That's good. That's my issue with the people saying, but look what France did to Africa, because it's like, it's just accepting the premises that this is the fault of refugees. Exactly.
Yeah, it's arguing on that.
It's very frustrating. It's like, look what the French did to Africa. Okay, are you saying that what they are doing now is like comparable? Because you understand that what France did to Africa and continues to do to Africa is fucking immoral.
And these riots is at the Algeria colonizing France.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah. It's over.
That is what they think, though. Like that's the crazy bit. It's not even a joke.
Yeah. Is France, Paris, reverse America, where the burbs are neglected and the cities where everyone wants to live? Not really. No, there's plenty of poor neighborhoods in near Paris as well, like around Paris. I'm so curious how you keep a positive attitude and seeing all this. I don't care about that. Crazy French. The French people are only on strike on the streets in peace, but the young French delinquents burn and destroy everything. The French people only strike on the street in peace, but the young French delinquents burn and destroy everything. Oui. Yeah, dude.
That's so sad. Don't talk French people down so much. They did some really cool stuff over the past couple of years. Like that boxer, like knocking out a policeman.
Dude,
they did.
Dude, that's what I mean. It's like the firefighter.
Yeah.
The firefighter guy. Like, that kind of stuff was super cool, and we all watched it, and we all celebrated it. And then, like, now when it's, like, being done for something that's, like, maybe subtle, like, slightly a little not entirely white French, and all of a sudden everyone's, like, switched up. I don't get it. Delinquents, wait till I teach them about the word thugs or super duper predator. Yeah, like for a nation state, like, very responsible for like Eurocentric racism that we understand. You know what I mean? Kind of weird that they're like following America behind on the racism. Like, there's got to be better words like delinquents. Delinquents. 52% drop. That is huge. What? I don't. This is too much, dude. No, I'm not reading that. French invented racism. England exported it. America perfected it. Kind of. True. Delinquence juvénile is the name. Is la name. And now right-wing politics from countries next to France like Switzerland are using that to be racist as fuck. Yeah, I heard about this and I thought it was really funny that the Swiss are rising up. Remember when the Euro spent all 2020 mocking American racial upheaval? Not really. I mean, they also literally had BLM riots and BLM riots. I'm such a right-wing. I'm a right-wing nut job now.
You don't like delinquents.
BLM riots. Oh, yes. They had their own fucking Black Lives Matter protests in their own countries. They even had the QAnon shit too.
Oh well, not in Poland.
The one
country.
The one
that's keeping
fucking
up the good fight.
Finally, dude. I know. France ignored race police violence for decades. The uprising is the price of that denial. Yeah, which is interesting because, like, you know, I talk about policing in other countries as well, but like as an American citizen, it is still a little wild to see in many respects when you have 13 police killings in France. That's like a long weekend in America. You know what I mean? Like, it's wild. They're like, dude, police brutality has skyrocketed in France. There were 13 police killings last year, a record, a national record. And I'm like, that's not even a record for a bad weekend in America, you know? They are expediting the trial of a minor who was just 12, 14 after holding them 48 hours or more of the sum and getting 6 months in jail with mostly cop testimony and no other proof. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the cop, we talked about this already. The cop who killed the fucking 17-year-old, point blank, by the way, shot him through the fucking windshield. He got €1 million+ in donations. He's a millionaire now. Like, what kind of message does that send? I mean, I guess he's like a millionaire in prison because I think he will. Oh, like, really? In America, he would not go to prison. I'm going to be honest with you. In the United States of America, I watched that video. That cop is not going to jail. Like, that cop is not even getting fucking, like, desk duty, okay? I watched that video.
Probably a period of, like, paid leave. So.
In France, he will most likely go to jail, I think. Probably. He will most likely go to jail. Only 13 police killings a year? No shot. Like, he's definitely going to jail. Wait, how did he become a millionaire?
GoFundMe.
GoFundMe.
Okay. I didn't turn around. This is good. I'm being trained at the same time.
I've often said this. It's like, it's not about training the dog. It's about training training the people that your dog is around. Yeah. My mods are making these jokes. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Come on, dude. I said he's definitely going to jail in France. He goes, well, GG, bro is getting off free now. Motherfucker just can't help himself. Do better. Because I said Russia won't invade Ukraine and they won't let me live it down. Can the kangaroo man do the funny nose thing?
I don't know what they're talking about. Funny nose thing.
It's funny that dude, you look like a constable right now. You're behaving like a cop.
I just think the French cops deserve like more powers to just get this under control. You know,
yeah.
Macron's not giving it to them, and I think they've got to take matters into their own hands.
Yeah,
for the sake.
They
of
did say that
normal French people like this.
Yeah. Like this guy is. Oh my god, I don't want to. I was gonna do a classic bit. Gonna frustrate a lot of people.
And we're just watching the live pictures of that event over your shoulder. But in terms of a more general question aimed at the government and Emmanuel Macron, is there any sort of indication that the basic grievances of those protesters being policed in a different way in France, two types of policing, is there any indication that they are going to address that fundamental issue?
Well, look, Matthew, this is a very difficult situation for any government, any country to deal with. Far more difficult in some ways than the protests against the pension changes that Emmanuel Macron was
far more different
the subject
than
of in the last year or so. Because we're talking about deep-seated...
Yeah, we're talking about black people and brown people. Far more different. On. All right, I got a text from Will.
Fractures in French society. There are people who've been protesting at night who are extremely angry about the way minorities are treated in this country and the way they are policed. But there are people here with signs saying, we support the forces of law and order, with guns and handcuffs on their signs. How do you reconcile those two sides? Well, Emmanuel Macron's been trying to tread a fine line between those two different positions. He's gone from arguing for bans on sales of fireworks at night to try to stop what's happening, to telling the parents of these young rioters, many of them young, that they should really try to keep their children
you can sell
inside.
fireworks
There have
during
been
the
attempts
day.
to bring in curfews to stop young people going out at night. But not much beyond that. There is a policy at the centre of this protest, which is a police, if you like, police mode of operation, which allows the police to open fire on fleeing suspects and vehicles if they need to be stopped. It's a controversial policy. Mr. Macron is facing a lot of calls from some of the protesters and some of their supporters to try to get that policy at least scrapped. But it's a very difficult situation.
What I understand, like when shit like this happens, French national media also has like their own version of like right-wing shock jocks, and they gain a fuckload of prominence because they're just like, yeah, kill these people. What are the cops doing? They're being pussies. Like, they should kill them. No fireworks, but Bastille Day is coming up. EU police outfits are so lame compared to like USA or Canada.
Oh, it looks fucking sick.
No, we have like, first of all, EU police at least are like in shape, okay? The more in shape they are, the less likely they are to like use their guns. American cops are so fucking fat, dude. Immediately they bust out the holster if they can pull it out in time. French racism isn't the same as American racism. A lot of people from North Africa are technically white. It's different than American racism, for sure. There is American style racism in France too, though. But yeah, I think it's definitely more. It's more like anti-immigrant, anti-brown. Good luck convincing French motherfuckers they are white. I mean, they're white in the political sense. Like, I'm white in Turkey. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it works. White as a political term, it just means like those who have the power. You know what I mean?
With severe weather happening as millions of Americans take to the roads and
United Airlines CEO apologizes for taking private flight. Yeah, I don't give a shit about this.
slow your
Here, we'll talk about this as well, because this has been a really really turbulent time for Alexa.
I'm far away from home, and the one thing that I had like linking me to my normal life has just been ripped out of my hands.
Yeah, right. As if you were following Australian news on Twitter. You follow American
I mean, like,
news.
I'm out of home, so I'm already vulnerable. And
Yeah.
just being on Twitter is my other
it's
other
your
place I
it's
live.
your safe space.
Oh god.
Your scroll, Elon Musk said over the weekend that Twitter will limit at least.
Yeah, he doesn't have his sexy puzzles.
That's all Twitter based.
Wait, really?
No.
Oh.
There's a good community of people who post their own sexy
Temporarily,
puzzles.
the number of posts you can read. He claims it's an effort to address extreme levels of data scraping. So verified accounts limited to 10,000 posts per day, unverified accounts 1,000 per day. Now, this was revealed after thousands of users complained that they were unable or had trouble accessing the site. Many reported getting messages that they had exceeded.
Have you been getting rate limited still, or did it stop?
No, it stopped.
Yeah,
He solved
same.
the problem very quickly.
Yeah, Elon is so good.
Oh, he's so fast. But it's just so bizarre, because I feel like the majority of people who are verified are just ads, just like bot websites that sell you shirts
Yeah.
and different things. Like, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But it almost worked. I thought it was a smart business move, because I was about to pay for Twitter Blue that first day of being limited.
I told you not to do that. I literally was like, do not fucking buy Twitter Blue.
But what else would I do then? Then I'd have to be hanging out with you in this house. I'd rather just
Yeah, it's
sit
terrible.
in my room and scroll.
and sing Serbian folk songs with your guitar.
Yeah, yeah.
Which he does all the time. I'm not even
Constantly.
joking. That's not even a joke.
Yeah.
You do that.
No.
And you
Yeah.
whistle sing a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a big thing. Is that like a Serbian thing or what?
No,
What is
no,
that?
that's just me. It's just when my throat gets tired.
Oh.
Yeah.
Their rate limit. So what is behind this latest turmoil for the company? CNN's senior media analyst Sarah Fisher joins us. She's also senior media reporter at Axios. And Sarah, what gives? What now with him?
There's always something,
Don't.
Audie, right? It
Don't
never
pay
is a
attention.
dull day in Elon Musk land. You know, I think this is a response to the rise of a lot of big AI platforms that are starting to scrape big social media platforms for data to help train their algorithms. You saw Reddit a few
actually
weeks
pretty
ago
good.
said that they would start
His singing is.
charging
I hear it.
for
Thank
some of
you.
that
You got it. I didn't
back-end
realize you could hear
access.
it.
They got a lot of pushback from their community. It seems like Elon Musk is trying to do something similar, but the difference, Audie, is that this is going to have a huge impact on the everyday user's experience with Twitter. You saw some people tweeting frustration yesterday, ironically tweeting frustration about Twitter, that they weren't able to get severe weather updates, critical news and information because they were being limited to the number of posts that they were able to view. Now, Elon Musk has not said how long he's going to implement this temporary crackdown, but I do know that it's going to be frustrating.
I think it definitely has changed the way I interact with Twitter, though, on that day. Because I could only read like 500 posts. I would like spend so much time like reading each post so carefully to make sure I didn't miss anything because it was like a limited resource. So just me like reading, I don't know, some horrible like thirst trap post 10 times in a row just to make sure, you know, what happens when my limit comes in, you know, I won't get any of that. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I learned better reading comprehension since he limited my posts.
Frustrating for advertisers because they're reliant on heavy usage in order to fulfill their ad campaigns, make sure they have enough people watching and reading tweets in order to insert their ads between them.
Theoretically reliant on them for business, but one quick fact check. What's this about maybe him not paying his bills? Can you talk about what's going on there?
There have been so many reports, whether it's been some of its B2B vendors or its licensing or its leases, if you will, that Twitter has struggled to pay its bills. And that's because Twitter's really struggling with profitability right now. Now, to be honest, Twitter's always struggled with profitability even before Elon Musk took over. But the difference is that they are not a publicly traded company. They do not need to be transparent about their finances, what money they're bringing in and what money they're spending. And so it seems like the company is just in this sort of chaotic spot where it's trying to stay afloat, but it's not necessarily doing it in the most transparent way. We keep getting reports, not also just about not paying bills, but they're still in litigation with former employees about paying out severances, et cetera. So expect Twitter to continue to be in this sort of financial chaos until maybe they can turn the platform around. But I'm still skeptical, Audie. Even though they have, put in a new chief executive, this platform continues to be chaos as I cover it.
All right, Sarah, stay with us. I want to bring Shelby and Errol back in. You're so jealous.
Shelby and Errol are back in. Shelby and Errol.
Slow you scroll.
Thank God. I was missing them.
Right there. Errol, I think why I love listening to Sarah talk about this is because I'm fascinated by the business story, less on the myopic, like navel-gazing people.
It's not just $8 to subscribe to Twitter Blue. When I went to do it on that day, they limited my stuff. It was $18. It was double the price because they knew they had me. But lucky I had Hasan there to calm me down, stop me from doing it. What are your thoughts on Michelle Janicki? My thought is I don't know who that is.
You gotta do a quick Google. Okay, everybody stop dispersing, okay? Stop scattering.
What does that mean? Oh, it's like when you get back, they're like, haha,
yeah,
we're leaving.
Run away. Michelle Janicki.
Oh, she's a girl who did the dance.
Is an Australian hurdler and model. She won a silver medal, the 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, I think she's impressive.
Hurdles at the 2010 Summer Youth Olympics. I feel like she's probably done some shit recently, like maybe she was like transphobic horrible. Or something. That's why.
No, I think she's.
Oh, never mind. Oh no, she just jiggled.
Yeah, she
that's
was like.
So wait, that was in April, dude. What the fuck?
Wait, no. This was written in April. The jiggling was like 5-6 years ago.
So why are there?
I don't know where this came from. This is it's a blast from the past.
Jiggling. Like a decade ago. Who cares?
Like a decade ago.
Who cares?
I mean, it was cute.
Oh, no.
It warmed everyone's hearts.
Aw, assemble. Fireship has a good new video about the Twitter thing, by the way. What?
People being angry about their tweets not being available.
You can't see her solving the puzzle. Don't worry. In your heart, you know she is, though.
From a perspective, they bring in Linda Yaccarino.
And that's what Meta's?
It's supposed to juice up their advertising. Elon Musk is Elon Musk. How does this end?
Well, it's not going to be pretty. At this point, the estimate is that under Elon Musk, the company has lost 2/3 of its value. He paid $44 billion for it. It's worth something like $15 billion now.
And that's not good, right?
Right. Not good.
The
number's supposed to go in the other direction. The fact that advertisers
it is July 3rd, 2023,
users
and we're
like
watching the
National Weather
Code
Service and others are saying like this may not be for us. The algorithm is.
Wait, let's see this. The Code Report.
In his latest 7D chess move, Elon surprised Twitter users with some exciting new features. First, he decreed a rate limit for everyone on the platform. Non-blue checks get to look at 600 tweets per day, while paying members get to look at up to 6,000 tweets. That may sound harsh, but this is just some tough love from the Twitter king to help us beat off our social media addictions. If you're having withdrawals though, you can always count on a programmer with an anime profile image to save the day, like this person who developed a Chrome plugin that uses the old Twitter theme and bypasses the rate limit. The second new feature is that Twitter shut off all public access to the website, so currently you must be signed.
Did you know that, by the way?
Yeah, I learnt it today on stream. That's fucked. That's actually the worst.
Oh, no, not this. I'm talking about the anime profile person.
Oh, no, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, well, there you go. That you can still go on with your addiction.
Signed in to look at tweets. In other words, Twitter is almost a full-blown paywall site now. Officially, these new features were deployed on a Friday in a panic because too many bots and web scrapers were accessing tweets with automated tools. Web scraping is an absolutely despicable practice, and if you want to learn how to do it at an industrial scale, check out this video on my second channel. To add insult to injury,
is that
Twitter
not
went
just
down
like
for a
what
while
every
yesterday.
company does? Is it the basis of profitability on the internet?
Pretty much. And also, it's not. I don't think it's like he's joking as far as like web scraping goes, because like I think it's like kind of stupid overall to complain about that. Like it just happens everywhere. Like it just happens all. It's like, you know.
Well, I mean, that's the only time I've heard the term was yesterday.
Well, the Wayback Machine, for example.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah. Very useful.
Like that's a web scraper technically, and archives.
What's the issue? What's like Elon Musk's argument for like why this is something that needs to be stopped and everyone needs to be punished temporarily to get on top of it?
Web scraping is more resource intensive than using an API to access data. Scraping social media happens even from Google. Elon killed a ton of traffic by preventing Google results. Yeah,
But
Google.
it's also like what's the downside of web scraping? It like slows everyone down. But the thing he's using to fight it slows down even further. Like I can't look at Twitter anymore. Like that. Yeah, I don't know. The downside of web scraping.
I don't know how it works on the back end. I don't know. Web scraping is pulling off data off the site by calling the pages manually instead of application programmable interface calls provided by Twitter.
I got no idea what's going on.
It's like manually going to each individual page on the fucking platform, but not manually, but like doing it with obviously an automated process, rather than getting all of that information in a much easily accessible and less resource intensive form when Twitter reveals it.
Right.
When Twitter
when
feeds it to you. Now, of course, Twitter, just like Reddit, wants to make that something that you have to pay for.
Yeah.
So that each individual application that works on top of Twitter has to pay for the privilege of like making Twitter, ironically, a more user-friendly experience. Did I get that right? You fucking nerds. Did I describe that well? Huh? Everyone in the chat is like, why don't you use Linux? I do. I use a Steam Deck. I use a Steam Deck, yeah. Which is
I don't know.
Off of Linux.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a fucking hacker now.
Holy shit. You're making fun of me for my Asus phone.
Dude, this entire time, I thought this motherfucker was saying his phone was Seuss. It was
Dr.
Asus.
Seuss.
It was an Asus phone, and he was just calling it Asus. So, which by the way is insane. I don't know why he has a Asus phone, but that's besides the point.
Half the price of an iPhone. Does the same thing.
Yeah. Websites literally avoid massive scraping by making an API people can use cheaply and easily. It's actually him just shooting himself in the foot. Bots will just make more accounts.
Yeah.
This does nothing except hurt real people. Bots can make more. Bots keep scraping even with a limit.
The point is to hurt real people. It's trying to make people pay for Twitter. Like it has nothing to do with web scraping.
I don't think it's for. I don't think it was to make consumers that use the resource now pay for the privilege, because there hasn't really been enough of a return on other moves that they've done to like improve your visibility and all this other shit. It hasn't really created signups because, newsflash, people don't want to pay for shit that they get for free because they understand kind of that it's not really free.
Yeah.
But also, even if they didn't understand that it wasn't really free due to all of the advertising dollars being spent off of your own private data that's being sold, it's still, you know, if you get something for free, you just don't want to fucking pay for it. It's that simple. Funny part is all this is that Twitter's revenue depends on advertising impressions. If you can only view 600 tweets, then you can only view 100 ads, and Twitter shoots its own revenue way more than they ever would with verified subs. Yeah, which is part of the reason why they weren't doing this as this was like a temporary thing, is they were trying to stop the hemorrhaging from happening, and I think that's precisely the reason why it was a Google thing.
What? Mate, we are so lib-brained in Australia.
Wait, that's awesome though. I like that. Donald Trump Jr., eldest son of former. Wait, what? Over 20,000 people had signed a petition calling for the former.
That's half the population. 20,000. Oh my god.
Hey, mate. They want to paywall the Twitter data, or they do not like people doing research on Twitter data. I was thinking of doing my own research, like bot detection or astroturfing. Some people were saying someone inside Twitter broke website and DDoSed themselves, so they had the rate limit. So I don't think that Elon did that so that people would buy Twitter Blue, because I have Twitter Blue, courtesy of Elon Musk. I never fucking pay for it. And even I was getting rate limited on that day, because 6,000 tweets is not that much. If we're talking about viewing 6,000 tweets, I'm a Twitter power user, just like our boy here.
I don't post, though.
I know, but you read.
I'm a power reader.
Yeah, well, regardless, I'm a poster and a reader. And basically, that was even limiting me, and Twitter would not limit itself and cuck itself from advertisement revenue, which relies on impressions. So I think that it was something else. I think it was more so that there was some internal shit popping off, and that's why they had to like stop the hemorrhaging in some way and try to fix it with the bottom of the barrel, like the only fucking enslaved wage cucks that they have remaining at the Twitter headquarters, who like have to literally keep working for Twitter unless they be deported. You know what I mean? The H-1B visa holders, or is it H-2? Is H-1B, right? Yeah, the H-1B workers are like the last remaining workers that are still working at Twitter, because he fucking fired everybody, and he's just like he's just whipping them in the Twitter basement.
And it appears some bad JavaScript code made it into production that would call the API in an infinite loop from the client side, resulting in a self-inflicted DDoS attack. The thing is, though, real men test in production. I was able to obtain exclusive access to this garbage code, and what we have is a recursive async function that will catch and fetch forever. But Twitter's been around for nearly 20 years at this point, so why is web scraping all of a sudden a big problem? Well, a couple months ago, Twitter shut down access to its free API and made it way too expensive for any of us peasant-level developers to access. This move also inspired the Reddit CEO to strap on a set of balls and take his API pricing to the moon to kill off third-party apps. Despite a massive failed protest, the pricing went into effect yesterday, and third-party apps like Apollo are officially dead. Let's take a moment of silence for those we lost.
What is
The thing about this whole Twitter fiasco.
Where did that picture come from? That's fucked.
Some Australian, probably.
We don't have deer. I mean,
yeah,
we
you have
kinda
kangaroo.
do.
You have kangaroo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that I find it somewhat hard to believe that web scraping is the primary reason they would implement such drastic changes, especially because this would reduce advertising impressions, which is still by far its biggest source of revenue. If we do a little more research, we'll find that Twitter had been refusing to pay its Google Cloud bill, at least until recently. Sundar had to hit up Elon via SpaceX, his other company that launches rockets into fake space, which also does business with GCP. It's not the only bill that Twitter hasn't paid, and was recently evicted from its Boulder, Colorado offices over unpaid rent. The Google Cloud contract is a way bigger deal though, at hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and coincidentally expired on June 30th. It's pure speculation whether
Like, what do you do in that situation? You're just like, I don't understand the fuck it YOLO mode that Elon Musk is implementing here. He was like, fuck it, we just fire everybody, which is fine. I mean, that's not fine, but like,
it happens.
Companies have done that. The companies do that all the time. And then they're like, let's see how long we can maintain a regular order of business with like 1/3 the workforce that we have, right? But if there's one group of people you can't fuck, it's other businesses. You know what I mean? You can fuck your workers all day, every day. Okay? That's capitalism. That's like kind of the whole reason why this system is in place. But you can't fuck other businesses. You can't just like go up to landlords and also Google and be like, hey man, I'm not going to pay you anymore. It doesn't work that way. They'll be like, okay, fuck off.
whether these new features are related to the Google Cloud contract, but like I've said many times before, once you get locked into a cloud platform, they have you by the balls. If you stop paying the bill, you first get bumped down to a rate limited tier, and then eventually the lights go out. That could explain why Twitter implemented a rate limit, because they're likely right in the middle of migrating their infrastructure to a Raspberry Pi, which are still pretty hard to come by. Another theory going around is that Elon is actually fighting a battle against agencies like the CIA and NSA, who are the ones behind all the scraping and trying to use.
Okay, the real thing is if he was doing that, she isn't, because he's also a defense contractor. Why the fuck would he do that? But if he was doing that, it would be at the behest of like what, China and like Saudi Arabia, the real BRICS. Yeah. He would be doing that for BRICS. Oh my God, Pat Socks on Twitter. Pat Socks on Twitter should run the narrative that Elon is a base BRICS warrior.
He's South African.
Yeah. He's a base
club.
Yeah, he's a base BRICS warrior. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's a third worldist agent, dude. Think about it. He's got the Tesla factories in Shanghai. You know he's in the pocket of Xi. We know that Saudi Arabia in recent years has started cozying up to China.
I saw him smoke weed on the Joe Rogan podcast, though. I feel like third worldists aren't that degenerate, you know?
That is true. That
maybe
is
that's
the
just
worst.
the cover, you know?
Yeah, he was just trying to look like a perverted American degenerate. That's what he was doing. He wasn't inhaling, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
He got clapped up once before from DOD for trying to charge Ukraine silly numbers for Starlink. Bricks. Remember that? It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Remember when he was trying to? Yeah, remember when he was trying to be like, "Hey, Ukraine, I know we said we were going to give you Starlink for free, but guess what? Not so free now."
I mean, it still started off as a bit, but it's pretty accurate. I think you could be right.
Yeah. Elon Musk just boosted a far-right Nazi account that posts memes about mass killing Muslims. Yeah.
This is not a... He is right.
Amy Meck, Allahu Akbar, France. Imam brags, France will become an Islamic... France will become an Islamic country through jihad. The entire world will be subject to Islamic rule. That's
I mean,
good.
I wish people like this weren't ringing me up.
Don't pet her. Don't pet her. She's, no. So cute, I know. Don't pet her when she's jumping up there. You know what I mean?
It's only because France is so close to becoming Muslim, and if it wasn't for people like this, like, you know, shedding light on it, we would have won. France would have been Muslim. Would have been an Islamic country.
Which is a good thing, by the way. So, I mean, I don't know why we're way better than what they were already. You know what I mean? E-bricks. E is for Elon.
What's the jizya poll tax?
The French will convert to Islam, be forced to pay jizya poll tax, or be fought against the sake of Allah. Yeah, Macron. Macron has said the Shahada. I'm getting reports that Macron has already said the Shahada, and they're gonna start implementing the jizya. The real caliphate is not Turkey by way of Erdogan, but instead by way of France. Yeah,
he is right.
I like that he said he is right.
Comment.
I think it's time for a barbecue. Teacot? Wait,
What's that mean?
Teacot is the conservatives of Twitter. That's like a old ass fucking.
That's
wow, this account's been around for a minute, dude.
What does it say on the hat of the pig?
I don't fucking know. More from the far right Nazi account that Elon Musk loves and boosts. Hashtag race together. Shocking. Hashtag Teacot. Hashtag rape. Every year, on average, 35,000 white women are raped by black men, while under 10 black women are raped by white men. Source: U.S. Justice Department.
Why is it written on a coffee cup?
Also, they definitely
did someone
didn't
say this was their name? That's
No.
so mean to the server.
They definitely did not, dude. No server has this good handwriting. Okay, like they're trying to whip up like 10,000 coffees a day, and like one of them they're gonna sit there and write this fucking unhinged shit. This is MySpace art.
Under 10.
Who would have ever thought a dope smoking bastard born in Kenya? Hashtag Obama's presidency in 2 words. Manchurian candidate. Hashtag Teacot.
Yeah, he's a real Manchurian candidate for the Indonesian government. They're taking over. Also, his fucking family was there to kill all the communists anyway. So
Who would have ever thought a dope smoking bastard born in Kenya and educated? He's born in Kenya. I like that you were. I like that you were actually saying like, well, the truth. You were fact checking the Indonesian thing.
He did. He lived there.
But not the born in Kenya thing.
That's true. He doesn't want to show the documents. So
Yeah.
all right.
Well, not the long form. He did show the short one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Trying to figure out which one's your camera. Oh, damn. No, he needs to film a good sponsorship.
Yeah.
Yeah, if David's listening.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Those imams should never be taken seriously. They make a big TV. Why? So you can watch the haram in HD.
That's what HD stands for.
Yeah.
It's haram definition.
That was too quick. Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, vagina tube.
It wasn't a joke.
I didn't know. I didn't know. No, I didn't know.
He didn't know it.
I'm just playing 7D chess like Elon Musk.
LSF. Oh, it is? What
No,
are people
it's not.
saying?
No, it's not.
Oh, no.
I have
Oh,
nothing-
no.
I have nothing to do with this.
What does VTuber mean? It's only got 32
Oh,
comments.
that's all right.
Don't worry. It's not popping. People won't fucking start doxing you. V stands for virtual. The tuber
Oh,
part
no,
of
they
ring-
make fun of you for saying video.
Yeah.
Not me for saying vagina.
It's only a matter of time before Hasan gets sucked into the DGen world of VTubers. Being friends with Connor means it's inevitable. The legacy of Kizuna AI being lost to time. Video tubers Lamau. What?
Yeah, wait, there is a link.
This is pretty damning evidence. I feel like these are all like from the same Discord and they're like fake talking to one another. You know what I mean? Wow, this is pretty damning evidence. Y'all see how HasanAbi friend made an honest mistake? Like anybody can surely understand it. Could be very well vagina tuber.
No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't.
It's just an honest mistake from Alexa.
Hey, Cam Grants, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I saw many.
That's so nice that they're on. They hate you so much that they like.
Yeah,
me.
they're like on your. Yeah, they're on your side.
I love the dumb guy next to Hasan. He's so nice. It's like, did you know that on September 11th?
Yeah, they were like, these towers are actually gone now.
This is actually pretty like a sensitive thing for us.
Said that he did a 9/11 joke, for those of you who didn't hear it, because he put up the towers, and they excused it because he was Australian.
They were allowed.
Yeah, which is fucked up. They should have never excused you for that. I would never make light of a situation. Yeah. 17 brave warriors died on that day.
Oh god. Yeah, that's a
He
good
literally
one.
said, he literally earlier said, revolutionary figures have always been tall. Osama bin Laden is 6'7".
Don't put, you can't put it all
Oh, now you're fucked too.
Yeah, that throw me under the bus. Oh, I'm just here trying to learn what VTubers are. Okay, fucking twisting my words.
Jesus, dude, don't worry. We're the way he laughs this hard at farting dogs too. Yeah. Tyler1 Bernie arc.
So long story short, not to get into it too much, I'm gonna bring up, bro, what the fuck is NA healthcare, by the way? But you want to sit here and tell me that my taxes do?
So jacked, dude. God, I respect him so much. I'm not even kidding. I wish I was joking. The amount of respect I have for this man is endless. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. Like, he could be anti-healthcare, but like, me too, man. Fucking, we should pay more for it. You're right.
Do anything for anybody, bro? And we haven't got the fucking bill yet. We haven't got the bill. Dare I see the fucking bill? But what am I paying taxes for if my significant other is in the ER for 2 hours dying? So long.
I mean, this is like actually a very serious situation with Michaela. Had an ectopic pregnancy, unfortunately. But he's talking about his experiences with American healthcare and the ER, and how they fucking charged an endless amount of money to him. It's really fucked up. But yeah,
Medicare for all is just an excuse to skip leg day.
Yeah,
so one of the chatters said.
Then it's sad, but it doesn't cover his steroids. That's for sure. What do you mean? First of all, I don't know if he's natty or not, but I don't really care. Okay, it should cover steroids. Actually, in some instances, it does. Yeah, it does. It actually does cover steroids. Like if there was a socialized medicine, if there was any kind of like actual Medicare for all, it would cover steroids for a lot of things. God, that'd be so sick. Imagine American NHS with like free gear for all. Oh fuck, we'd be
Imagine
so
if it was
shredded.
just that and everything else was still privatized and normal. It was just public steroids.
Oh yeah, everything else is just regular.
Yeah. But then no one will get sick, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, let's fix it. Come here. Slept the whole morning. Go. I can't with you.
We were talking about it earlier today. It's so weird to see puppies. Like, I've had a dog for 14 years, and you forget that they're really dumb at the start. Like, because they know stuff, they know how to sit, and they know how to do things. But sometimes with Kaya, like, you'd be saying her name, and she's just like staring off like a good minute before she hears it. Forgetting.
Yeah, especially when she's tired, she's like
in another world.
Yeah, she's just real. Hey, no biting. Kaya. No biting. Biting your booty.
Aww.
How much?
Yep, I can see you patting her, scratching her belly. Yeah, yeah. Bit of platted dick.
Yeah, a bit of a spotted dick.
Use Twitter to create a Death Star of censorship. I don't know if that's just Elon fanboy fiction, but I'm still putting my money on him in his upcoming death match against Zuck in the Roman Colosseum. He's got the body of a mid-century refrigerator, and I just don't see any way 5'8" Zuck will be able to overcome the size differential. But let me know whose corner you're in.
Is this actually,
no matter the outcome, though,
it's not
the
actually
important
happening.
thing is that
I mean, he was. I think he was literally training with George St. Pierre recently, with Lex Fridman. Elon is.
Oh shit. Okay.
Are you going to cover Israel invading Jenin? No, I'm avoiding talking about that like it's the top of the hour ad break. I certainly didn't cover it earlier in the day for an extended period
I
of
spoke
time.
about it at length.
Yeah.
Just
thank God. Thank God we had. Yeah. Thank God we had Alexa here to really talk about it. You know what I mean? Dial-up user. I mean, they're not dial-up users. They just don't want. Oh shit! He's got the fucking legendary.
You taking a wig?
Are you gonna put the wig on?
No, I was looking for that.
Oh, there's some in my camera. Oh, they're in the real world.
Like many times, I think.
In real life, though.
You know what? No, I don't think
you just had a parasocial moment there as well.
I don't think I have seen it in real life. I didn't.
What did you do to it?
No, don't try to put this on me in the same way. There's a difference between him asking me if I've seen it. I have seen it, and just not in the real world. It's me not understanding the question.
Yeah, that's same thing with me. When I was telling you that story.
Yeah. You'll never live that down, huh? I had to work. I missed things. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I told you they don't. Not everybody watches every moment of the chat or every moment of the stream.
So unpatriotic to be working today.
Yeah, I know.
It's
what the fuck?
basically 4th of July.
L chatter. Americans didn't fucking dump tea or whatever they did.
Oh, yeah. That's what today is? No.
That's what they did. The tea dumping. What they were doing. And then the British were like, oh no, not acceptable. And then they gave up. Sexy puzzle for a boy.
Can you actually do this one? No. That's awesome.
That'd be easy as fuck.
Yeah,
though.
I need a 300 piece minimum to get through
Yeah.
even a tiny bit of radio wanted.
That happened in December, Lamau. Shut up, bitch. I don't give a fuck about American history. The tea dumping had severe effects on Boston that they still haven't recovered from. Yeah, it made him extra racist. It's odd. Anyway, oh yeah, I forgot to run the ad break. Here it is. Here it is, folks.
I really want to show you prank invasion.
Sure.
But we got to do that. I don't know, another time. Maybe when Alex is in.
Who's this half-naked man in your backyard? This stud right here.
Yeah, apparently no one wears Speedos in this country.
Dude, when you
guys don't have the freedom to...
When you busted it out, it blew my fucking mind, dude.
I thought we were talking about it.
I just thought to myself, I actually thought to myself, like, can one man, is it illegal to be this hot? That's what I thought.
That's so nice.
It should be
it's not legal
illegal
in America, it turns out, but Australia it's pretty popular.
Yeah. What is it? Nut huggers?
Budgie smugglers. Oh, there we go. That was saying it.
Budgie smugglers.
I mean, it's like a funny old term for it, but a brand has like completely monopolized it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an annoying term now. It's just like, it's like calling toothpaste Colgate or something.
Yeah. What is this? Violence and looting in France makes no sense to me. A Ukrainian. Please help me understand. We Ukrainians have had 2 revolutions over the last 30 years. But this guy wrote a thread.
Timothy.
Yeah, also, yeah, what is that? What name is the Timothy?
It sounds like a rapper.
Ridiculous. You can't. Write it normal.
That's what the Russians were saying about Kyiv as well.
True. Well, that's why I was pro Putin in the beginning.
This is really bad energy. We can't both be on the street.
Violence and looting in France makes no sense to me. Ukrainian, your country has like $15. Shut the fuck up. Felix clearly unaware of the new robust economy of black market weapons.
Huge.
Yeah, what do you mean? It's like,
and also like crazy labor deregulation over there. They're gonna make some money soon.
Yeah. Anyway, what is this? Battle of the Billionaires? Americans torn between... Oh, I don't care about that.
Singles looking for love? What was that other one?
What?
Exciting. Singles looking for love.
I don't really like these that much. The cut. Like they haven't been as good for a while. All right, we have a lot of stuff to watch already. But yeah, breaking Teamsters End 22.4, demolishing the two-tier system at UPS. And now we're going to get to some fun shit. For example, what's going on in the White House? Did Michelle Obama pay a visit? That's the same fucking freak that did the AOC yoga tweet. This guy's a real legend, dude. It's like not a CPAP machine, but instead ball and gag, which Michelle Obama definitely uses. Okay, Twitter is unhinged. I mean, this is Elon Musk's Twitter, 100%. Twitter always was this unhinged. Twitter in many instances was this unhinged. But it's certainly gotten worse under Elon Musk. Yeah, this is the T-word seeming guy. During a hard-fought day at the bargaining table, the Teamsters reached a tentative agreement with the UPS on 3 major economic issues: tearing down the 2-tier wage system, establishing Martin Luther King Day as a full holiday for the first time, and ending forced overtime on Driver's Day Off. The extraordinary gains of which have been key issues with the Teamsters throughout the year-long contract campaign came on the heels of an aggressive public warning from the Teamsters National Negotiation Committee that UPS was running out of time to get a deal. That's it. All right, let's watch the reality of the Crater Clash, and then we'll talk about China, and we'll talk about the U.S. troops. I guess we already talked about the U.S. troops, but here, let's watch this.
I have some bad news to share with you. I really don't want to share it. I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one, but this is the path that I chose, so I think it's best to be transparent. For Creator Clash 2, despite it being a fun event and despite good fights and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once our expenses are paid off for the event, like all the minimums of broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff, once that's all paid off, insane. Then we can start paying the charities. Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point, right? We're $250,000 in the red. I foolishly thought that the success of last year should be a minimum, a minimum for what we are able to do this year. And that wasn't true. There was a lot more to think about. I thought, okay, we're bringing on more talent, we're bringing on more creators. That should translate to more pay-per-view buys. We're inviting more creator.
Him making it pay-per-view and not allowing clips was lame as hell, in my opinion. What do you mean, dude? How is he supposed to? It's for charity, dog.
You should do the event for free.
Yeah, I agree. I think I hate paywalls myself, but how are they supposed to raise any money for charities, brother?
He could have done, what was that old YouTube channel, Bum Fights? What was it?
Oh yeah, backyard bum fights or backyard wrestling.
Yeah, there's no overheads there. You could have just done that and had it free for exploited poor people.
I think that should translate to more pay-per-view buys. This is our second time doing the event, so more people are going to know about it. So I thought that would translate to pay-per-view buys. But we did half as well as we did the first year. 50,000 compared to 100,000 the first year. So I was wrong, and I feel a lot of shame because a lot of people were trusting me and trusting our team to, protect the event and protect the charities and protect just the whole thing. It feels particularly bad because this isn't like a regular business where it's all a personal loss and I can just be like, oh, okay, I suck at business, and I walk away from it. All of the other fighters were, hoping that their charities got represented and got supported for all their hard work. But we didn't have any anti-piracy measures. We weren't prepared to deal with what ended up happening. I mean, for me, I was just thinking, like, let's just avoid catastrophe. As long as there's, like, not, like, I don't know, like a bomb threat or, like, injuries or anything crazy, like, we should be fine. This should just be like the first year. I don't want it to be more complicated than the first year. It ended up being a lot more complicated. Amongst the 800 pirated streaming sites, there were between 1.3 and 3 million viewers. So even though there were around 50,000 pay-per-view buys, there were around 1.3 to 3 million viewers, people who actually watched the full broadcast. And that's a little bit reassuring. It makes me feel like, okay, people maybe do want to watch this. They just didn't, they just either couldn't afford it or just didn't want to support what I had going on. If it's 1 or 2 steps to pirate it, but it's 3 or 4 steps to stream it legitimately, people are going to take the pirating option every time. I think we also had a big streamer audience.
I wonder if, like, the pay-per-view originally in the first fight, I wonder what those numbers look like. Like, I wonder what it is.
That's who we are appealing to. I really like the...
I love people being like, wow, dude, I can't believe he's just, like, fucking blaming pirates. Bro, it's charity, man. Like, what do you guys think? You think it's, like, fucking free? It's like a massive production that they put together.
But also he's being, like, super transparent in his video.
Which is always a bad idea on the internet. You know what I mean?
The live stream audience, people who want to watch these events live and they watch these on Twitch and YouTube and they get it all for free generally. So I think it was, in a lot of ways, bad to appeal to that crowd and not give away the stream for free. I think a lot of them felt like, well, this should be something that's free. Especially if you have ads in it. Aside from the pirating, we did have higher expenses this year. It was a bigger arena. We went to the Amalie Arena, so it was twice as big. We paid more for broadcasting. So broadcasting team did a lot more elaborate shit, and there was a lot more staff involved. We did a creator hotel. So we bought out a hotel to make sure all the creators had a safe place that they can stay. It actually ended up being good.
You actually should have made it cheaper. It was like $50 for the day of. Make it $10 and way more people will buy it. Don't charge $50 for a stream then. Dude, I love when 36-month subscribers are giving business advice to this dude who's already run a successful charity event.
Second year in a row.
Dude,
yeah.
Like the amount of infrastructural hurdles that you need to clear to get, like, hundreds of fucking content creators from all around the world to get to one area.
And also, like, he was...
And produce it while also simultaneously fighting in it.
Yeah.
Yourself.
That's insane.
Like, even trying to think about it from your perspective would literally melt your brain, okay? It would cause your brain to fucking short circuit. How can anyone else watching this relate to being down $250K? UFC PPV is at least $50. Why are people so fucking aggro about this? I don't actually understand. It's like shocking. It's shocking. It's not shocking to see people be aggro about Ian online, because there's a lot of shitheads who are like fallen fans of his or whatever. Mm. But it's shocking to see it in this community where they're like, dude, it's really fucked up. 2008 did happen. We lost our houses.
Oh, that was when I said that the GFC never happened.
Oh.
No, I got no idea what he was talking about. I don't know.
That we got the Creator Hotel because all the hotels shot up in price like a couple weeks after we locked in the Creator Hotel because Taylor Swift was coming to town. She announced her tour dates.
Oh, true.
And pretty much everything got booked up. If we didn't book the Creator Hotel when we did, I don't think we would have had nearly as many creators show up to show support, and our pay-per-view numbers actually could have been hurt by that. We also had events the day before the fight and the day after the fight so that, you know, fighters and friends and family could come together. And
why not make it like eBay use sponsors to cover costs and sell tickets for charity?
Well, they just have a shitter event. Like, obviously, like, they need that money to make the spectacle that they made.
Also, just, you know, they might not have access to the same fucking sponsorships. You know what I mean? Like, eBay got fucking 3.4 million views, dog. I don't know why people say this kind of stuff. Like, this is he had his limitations and he was working within his limitations, and it failed. And he's like openly talking about how it failed. You know? I don't know why people are just like, well, what about eBay, a completely different content creator who was like literally one of the most famous people in his country. Like, you know what I mean? Why is this guy who's doing another PPV boxing event in a sea of like pay-per-view boxing events, that he's doing it for charity? Why did that guy not do something entirely different? I don't think it's out of place of hate. People are just curious.
Process their trauma. That was sort of paramount for me, because the first year we did the fight and then I went to bed. I got the shit kicked out of me by Dr. Mike, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, the hotel was empty, and then I got on a flight and traveled 5 hours with my face completely swollen back to Seattle. And I was like, that was cool. That was so worth it.
The Swift concert was a real pain if you weren't going to it. Yeah, I was staying right next to the fucking concert. It was awful. It just like shut off traffic entirely. It was insane.
There was nothing. There was no processing my trauma. There was no talking to anyone. And
did the Elon, in my opinion, paywall something people expect for free?
But it wasn't free last year. Like, what?
What are you
where does
talking?
the expectation come from?
Where? Yeah, I don't even understand where the fuck this expectation is coming from. It wasn't free last year. People have been paying pay-per-view for boxing events since the beginning of fucking time. Like, what? It was never like, oh, guys, we're just gonna charge last second for this thing. Like, you, what? I mean, it's one thing having a small person producing something for charity, but also the price is somewhat professional level fighting stream cost is for charity. It would have made more money if it was a more realistic price. Like, there's never been, I don't think there's ever been like an influencer boxing event that wasn't pay-per-view. Has there? The difference is people pay to watch Mike Tyson and Floyd Money Mayweather, not Hundar or Myth.
I mean, people don't, though, is the thing as well. Like,
what? Brother, they're not expecting to rake in UFC or fucking professional boxing revenues. You understand that, right? Like, what are you talking about? Also, those have a fuckload more sponsorships because these are legitimate brands and not like fucking a YouTuber, okay? What is happening? Is my community full of like professional event coordinators? Like, what's happening right now? Everyone's like, dude, I've been running the UFC for 35 years. Like, I would have done this differently. Like, the show needed more razzle dazzle, more old Hollywood.
I think he's joking.
Yeah, I know.
relating about the experience afterward, everyone was gone. And that shit felt awful. So yeah, some of these things that might seem extraneous, in my opinion, were entirely necessary, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I mean, as evidenced by the pay-per-view streams, it wouldn't have made a difference because we did half as many pay-per-view sales. So we also had to pay for more fighters this year. The first year it was 18. This year it was 24. I thought bringing in more fighters would just lead to more pay-per-view buys, but I think it just ended up costing us more, you know, because each fighter gets a $20,000 stipend. And for anyone like confused about this or
yeah, it was early pricing was $20. And then advanced purchase was $25 and day of show was $35. It wasn't even $50. I don't know where you guys got the $50 from. If all the people making suggestions paid to watch last year, we wouldn't be seeing this video right now. Yeah. Just gonna say, do people have no idea how hard it is to book a goddamn arena for an event? I work for the company that sponsored that same stadium, and it took me 7 months of work just to get an event scheduled there. People just need to like listen and not think they know everything. Yeah, 100%. I don't think people understand how ridiculous this is. Like, you're talking about a almost professional level production.
Oh,
you know,
nuts.
like there's operators. There's so much. And Ludwig and Cutie have made events free to stream and always have incurred a loss despite big sponsorships, right? No, that's not true. Okay? That's ridiculous. Like, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but there are big differences between how you're doing it, and also even then when they incur a loss is usually not out of pocket. Okay? Cutie has sponsorships, subscription revenue that comes from it. Cutie is not, Cutie might actually run it at a loss, but look, I don't want to speak on it a little bit further, but with respect to Ludwig, like, and I can speak from my own personal experience, when I have contracts with companies, okay, they will oftentimes present a flat fee for you, okay, but that flat fee will also incorporate production costs for big events and big ticket shit that you're doing, okay? So you're wrong on that. But why would I pay to watch something I don't want to watch? Wait, don't watch it. Nobody's asking you to watch. Man, shut the fuck up, idiot. Oh my God, you're so stupid. Like,
everyone should pay to watch this.
Like, I never said fucking watch the event, you dumb fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. Yikes. I hate my fucking long-term community members who are just like so stupid sometimes. Like, I feel like who said you have to watch it at gunpoint, you fucking idiot? Are you saying pirating is bad? No, of course not. I'm not. I love pirating. I love piracy. I'm a big fan of piracy, which is part of the reason why a lot of these idiots in my fucking community are just like losing their minds. But that doesn't change the reality that like charity is good. You know what I mean? This isn't for like a regular situation. I'm not telling you not to fucking pirate the UFC fights. This is not for people's pockets to be lined up. This is just the pockets of big charity, I guess.
Big Alzheimer's.
It's so stupid. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, it's fine. The autofocus fucked up.
Oh.
Yeah. Even pirates don't steal it from charity. I'm sorry. I love coming home from work and having HasanAbi call me an idiot. Well, first of all, I don't know who the fuck you are. And I've never talked to you or at you or of you or about you. Why are you taking this personally? I banned, or not banned, but gave a 7-day timeout to a chatter who also thought I was talking directly to him and telling him stuff like, you have to watch this charity stream at gunpoint. Literally have to do that. If you don't do that, I'll come to your house and I'll beat you up. That's what he thought I was doing. Okay? Bro, you just called chat idiots, Lamau. Oh my God. This is the actual worst part about streaming on Twitch, is that like pretty much everyone after a long enough timeline, like a lot of people, unless you like hyper specify, or even when you hyper specify your directed lines of attack, will take it personally because in their minds, they think I'm in their living room talking to them directly. I am not talking to you directly in your living room. I'm talking to everyone now, okay? Stop thinking that I'm in your living room talking to you directly. I don't know who you are when I'm specifically calling out one singular chatter or a bunch of other chatters that are behaving in a similar fashion. You don't have to take it personally. What you can do is assume that I'm talking about that chatter. Holy fuck. One thing that makes the chat insufferable is when people say anything anti-piracy. In this case, being anti-piracy is totally understandable, but they can't help themselves. Remember when FearAm was announced that it would be under a paywall for the second hour? Chat wouldn't shut the fuck up. Yeah, I know. It's fucking unimaginable. Why do you always pretend to be a social? Shut up, fucking asshole. Don't meme right now. Anyway. Dogs. Oh. Kaya, off. Get down. Get down. Kaya, get down. Sit. Bro, she slept the
condition.
She slept the whole morning, and now she's like, now she woke up and she's acting brand new, dude. Anyway. We're talking about the monetization strategies of an event for charity, and Chatter said, why would I pay for something I don't want to watch? As if that was the conversation that was being had. Like, no shit, Chatter, you were being an idiot. Thank you. Exactly. Holy fuck, there's at least some sane people in the chat. Jesus Christ, who recognized that that was insane of that person to say.
Thought everyone was fighting for free. They pretty much are fighting for free. I think any of the fighters can attest to the fact that fighting in Creator Clash is not a financial boon in any way. That $20,000 is eaten up in those 9 months that you're training. I would say that $20,000 is on the low end of what it should cost you to train in those 9 months. Because you have to pay for your trainer yourself, and you have to pay for, you know, all of the food, the equipment, the travel, whatever you're doing to make all this shit happen. You know, aside from putting your streaming career or your YouTube career or TikTok on hold while you're training, you know, it's not a huge reward. So I don't want anyone to think just because these fighters are getting $20,000 to basically like just be a little bit less in pain after going through all this torment and trauma. I don't want anyone to get...
Oh, it effed. It effed. It's effing again. What the fuck? Good stream. I don't know why. It's like effing and then coming back. So hold on. We're back. I don't know why that happened. It happens sometimes. Okay, calm down. Calm down, chat. It doesn't even register on my fucking bitrate on Twitch. It's just happening here for a brief moment. We're back, but it's coming choppy. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. I got rate limited. Are we gonna look at the figurines? Yes. I love coming home from work and a song calls me sane. Yeah, I love that too. She wants to fucking play because she's bored, but when I try to play with her, she's laying on the ground because she's too fucking tired to even do tug of war, by the way. She's currently, look, she's not even going for it. Come on. Get it. Oh my God. Get it. Get it. Get it. She doesn't even want to get it. She's literally laying down. I think she's going to run away. On. She's moving away. Don't let her leave.
Got it.
Kaya, come here. Kaya. She just wants attention. She's not even, she's just being like, she's not even like energetic right now. She just wants fucking attention. Maybe she wants to pee. No, I already got her to pee like recently.
Shit for that because
hold on here, I'll run this back.
It's not a huge reward So I don't want anyone to think just because these fighters are getting $20,000 to basically like just be a little bit less in pain after going through all this torment and trauma. I don't want anyone to get shit for that, because that is a minimum of what these fighters should be getting. In my opinion, they should be getting much more, because it is a traumatizing event and it takes a lot of time and dedication. That is a cost of putting on the event, in my opinion. I think other boxing promotions would like disagree that, you know, fighters should be getting paid this amount, but
yeah, they pay much better.
You know, to each their own. What do I know? We lost $250,000 on this event. Another thing I want to address is there are some people floating rumors around
with creators
that we're
by like offering less, and then being like, oh, but if you find your own sponsors and like sew a bunch of patches on your short, make up for it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Like Creator Clash does, you know, more like sensible, like cares for their fighters.
Guys, is abi yanındaki sırbı devşiriyor mu? Bize bu daha fazla.
I mean,
are you putting the Serb next to you through the Janissary system? We want more successful international content creators. Put him through the Janissary system so he'll be Turkish. That's what he said. That's the fucking.
You're like what, like 2 years older than me?
I'm about to be 32.
Yeah.
How old are you?
About to be 31.
Okay, so I'm not 2 years older. I'm 1 year older.
I feel like you have to be considerably older to have that spussy.
Yeah.
Getting money from Creator Clash, and that's extremely hurtful, because it has been nothing but the opposite. I understand that some people out there don't like me. I'm okay with that, but the thing I'm not okay with is just lying to people and making up shit for the sake of like clicks. I mean, this is hard enough as it is. Like, I don't want to make this video telling people that we made half as much or we sold half as many pay-per-views as we did last year. And what I absolutely don't need is people spreading rumors about us pocketing money. This has been a financial fucking catastrophe for me. We don't need that, and we don't need any of that shit for any of our other fighters, because this has been a huge sacrifice for all of them, financially, specifically financially. If you want to say that they're earning boatloads of clout for fighting, sure, whatever you want to say, but this has been a huge sacrifice. I try not to view any of the pirated live streams as malicious, because I think the majority of people, you know, aren't malicious about it. I think there were 50,000 people out of 1 million plus who just said Creator Clash live stream, and like instantly a bunch of shit popped up, and it was just very easy for them to watch. And I really don't blame them for making that choice. All I'm trying to do right now in making this video is to remedy it. That's sort of what I've been grappling with over the past couple of months, is like, what the hell are we going to do?
Getting so much.
You know, I can't even think about doing a Creator Clash 3. We lost money and there's no money for charity. So what are we going to do to solve that? I don't I don't have a good solution. The best solution that I've been able to come up with is putting the full Creator Clash broadcast, Creator Clash 2 broadcast, on YouTube for free for everyone to watch, and just hoping and praying that people enjoy it and want to support it. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are, but I want to post the full broadcast on YouTube, and I want to have like a fundraising goal. I know YouTube has like a fundraising thing, but right now, from what I've seen, YouTube doesn't allow multiple charities to be listed in the fundraiser, and there's not really very many good options for us to collect donations ourselves. So I think we're just going to have a singular charity represented in the video, and then we'll put all the other charities in the description. So if you want to donate to a specific charity, that's where you can do it. I want to make it right. I want to make it more right. I'm okay with us fucking up and taking a $250,000 loss. I'm not okay with charities not getting any money. I want to thank all the fighters and all the coaches and all the staff of the event and the fans who, you know, came to show support. It might feel like a big loss, but it was a lot of entertainment, and, you know, a lot of good came out of it. A lot of people had unforgettable experiences, and it will be a highlight of their lives. There's a lot of boxing events where no money goes to charity at all, ever. There's not even the chance that it goes to...
Ali versus Frazier was on regular TV. What happened to that? At a time when there was like 3 TV channels. And he goes, the fighters should get the most money. They're the ones risking everything. You're right, dude. Fuck charity. Fuck the fighters who just decided to fucking fight for charity. You know what I mean? Fuck that.
But also, these guys are paying fighters more.
Technically, yeah. I guess in comparison to other emotional events.
Yeah.
Pay-per-view list. Look at the KSI versus Logan Paul fight. Holy. Sales or revenue? Holy fuck. The KSI Logan Paul fight got 2 million in sales. Doesn't even show the revenue estimation. That's crazy. And the KSI Logan Paul fight, the first one got 1.3 million sales and did 16.5 million in revenue. That's wild. I don't get it. I thought it wasn't, these guys aren't elite. Who would pay for their fucking pay-per-view, chat? KSI and Logan Paul made bare bank. Bare bank. Proper bank on that one. On that one. And that's before you look at the advertising and stuff too on top of that. All right, well, this sucks. I feel bad.
So I just want to thank everyone. It truly made a difference that you came and supported. I'm just disappointed that I let everyone down. You know, I just made some strategically shitty decisions along the way, and all of those decisions, you know, led to where we're at. I think it was dumb of me to say that we weren't going to make the broadcast available for free like we did the previous year. I thought that that would bring in more pay-per-view buys because people would be like, oh, I'm not going to be able to watch it for free.
Okay, this is unrelated to anything else that's going on screen, but I have to show you this. This is a tier 4 puzzle, if you guys recall. Kaya has been burning through it. She's literally doing it like too fast, I would say. I didn't realize that, like, she apparently she fucking learned it very well and has been just absolutely ripping through the puzzle. Is that an ear of corn? Yes, it is. Kyanit coming online? Yeah. It's over. The takeover is real. Kyanit activated.
Free? Well, I'll definitely buy so I can tune in. But I don't know. It either didn't have an effect or backfired, and I'm trying to learn from it. This year I have a lot on my plate, and, you know, I think my strategy going forward is to just be, you know, completely candid with everything. Again, it's hard. I would normally keep all of this shit to myself, but I gotta express myself. I gotta tell you guys what's up. Otherwise, I'm gonna rot from the inside. But yeah, additionally, another thing that's, you know, been eating at me is that someone is trying to take over Creator Clash. I know that sounds like I don't know, the plot of a video game or something, but it's real, and it's been taking up a lot of my time. So hopefully I don't have to talk about it in the future. But you know, if I do, you guys are gonna hear about it on this channel. If you're just coming across this video and you have no idea what this Creator Clash shit is about, it's creator boxing, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of amateur boxers getting in there for the first time and giving it their all. And there's a lot of heart and a lot of soul and a lot of grit that is on display. And I think it's very much a worthwhile watch. Donation links are also going to be in the description of this video as well. I'm trying to monetize as much as I can to make up for this loss, but yeah, it's hard.
There's a traitor in the Tojo clan. That's funny.
I don't know what that means.
That's a Yakuza reference. Yakuza 0 reference. All right.
Oh, we're back to regular programming.
Yeah. Let's get to China. What we've been waiting on. I've literally never seen someone stick around on your stream this long. I know you always talk shit about Australia constantly when they're not around, but to me they're built different. Actually,
I'm not here voluntarily.
Yeah, he's at gunpoint. But I was gonna say Australia is one of the few places that doesn't catch as many strays on the HasanAbi broadcast. I shit on Australia a lot on the same like principles of like how similar it is as a penal colony, like a genocidal penal colony. But I would go so far as to say I don't shit on Australia enough.
You could do more. Yeah, I mean, you just do the accent.
Yeah,
kind of.
And Alex and Alexis certainly have a big part to do with that because they've restored my faith in Australian politics, or at least that there are people in Australia that have good politics.
We're the only two.
The Yard Podcast host Slime announced that he's left the bald community after a successful Turkish hair transplant. Wait, he literally looks Turkish.
Yeah.
Slime with hair looks kind of Turkish. My brother. He looks like he could be like Tarek's relative or something. You shit on Canada way more than the Aussies? Yeah, well, Canada deserves it.
Closer as well.
Yeah.
Who cares about Australia? We're so far away.
Okay, here you go, guys. A giant cow.
And this Knickers, a Holstein Friesian steer, is a bovine behemoth that
Australia.
stands out from the herd at 194 centimetres. He's as tall
Michael Jordan? What the fuck?
as basketball star Michael
That's the
Jordan.
most recent
He weighs
reference we have.
1.4 tonnes, which has its advantages. He's too heavy for the abattoir, so he'll live out his days in the paddock.
That's so cute. He's too heavy for the big murder machine. This is so heartwarming.
How did he get so big? Fuck's he eating? The other bovine? Fuck you think he's eating?
I don't even know how to engage with this.
What kind of
respond in my normal voice?
Yeah, what kind of fucking dairy you think it's gonna produce, mate?
About a cigarette?
Huh?
Dowry or dowry?
No, dairy, mate.
Sorry, I thought you were speaking
Don't
Australian.
act like you don't understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
He's too heavy for the abattoir. I don't think it's a very useful dowry.
What do you mean? Why not?
Because you can't eat it.
You can fucking milk it.
Isn't it a boy? Are we referring to it as a girl?
Oh, I thought it was a cow.
Looks like a girl.
I thought it was a gal. Didn't realize he was a fucking bull. I think it's a cow.
I like saying he.
They said he.
Yeah,
What?
you can't do anything with him. You can jack him off, I guess. But
Yeah, make more big ones. Make more big ones like this. Thought it was a Sheila. Does anyone even say Sheila? No one said. I feel like I've never heard you guys say Sheila. I heard you guys say heaps all the time. Heaps.
Heaps is a big one.
Yeah. How's it going?
That
Heaps.
cow's heaps big.
Yeah. I guess they put Jordan there because he's a bull.
Nice.
Fucking love double entendres here in
you would've,
Australia. Here in Australia, mate.
You made some like editor at 7 News really happy just then.
Yeah.
Like got their shitty joke.
Fucking hell. Aussie man says Sheila. It's a steer, not a bull. What the fuck? What does that mean?
A steer is like no, but you guys have those words. It's just agricultural references.
No, I know. I just don't know. I thought it was like if you're a male, you're a bull. If you're a female, you're a cow.
Maybe a steer is like a bull without testicles. I don't know. I guess.
Oh, steer means no balls.
Oh, nice. It's true.
Oh, nuded.
Hey.
Fucking nuded. Why'd they chop his balls off, mate?
Because he got too big. Imagine if he still had them on, he would have consumed the whole farm.
Sky's the fucking limit,
Exactly.
lad. Sky's the limit. Heifer is a female with no child. Wait, really? That one isn't really special. It's just that he's a mature bull, and they don't live long enough to get full size. Bulls are fucking dangerous.
Oh, well, it's really quite funny. I was in bed sleeping at 2 o'clock this morning. My wife comes in and says, oh, the shop's been, someone ran into the shop. And I said, oh, what? So I jumped out of bed and all I had was my undies on, and I've walked out the front and...
You?
I do sound like that.
My undies
I
on.
sound like that. No, I don't sound like that.
I mean, a bit. To be true, this is, yeah.
I've seen
very appropriate. You're just a Queensland guy.
The bloke walking back to the car, and so I've walked outside and I said, oh, what are you doing, mate? Like, you can't
What are you
be
doing,
leaving the
mate?
scene. And he goes, don't be a hero, mate. And I said, I'm not trying to be a hero, but the police are coming. And he just decided he'd scoot up the road, and I just said, nah, it's not going on like that, mate. So I jumped in my car, and I...
Fucking bogan.
Well, he's just a regular guy from Queensland.
Yeah, he's a Brisbane man. Regular guy from Brisbane.
started chasing him up the road, and then he
Did you
went...
say Brisbane or is it Brisbane? Brisbane? Regular,
like Melbourne.
Just a regular guy from Brisbane. Or
down a side street, and the police were coming, and I flashed
Why?
them
Why?
and sent them off in
I
the
don't
direction
know.
of him.
I guess
But, mate, all I had was me jocks on. I was chasing him up the street, and I'm just
What
like...
is in his ear?
Mate.
What's in his ear, mate?
Because you told me
What's he got
that
in his
this is
ear?
your mate's
I've never
shop
seen
and
that
you didn't
before.
want
Is
him
that
to
a
get
dairy?
away.
Yeah, no,
No, it's like this way.
Well, me mate's mum's had this shop for like 40-odd years, and...
40-odd years?
Look at it. Whoa.
It's a mess, isn't it?
Beyond a mess. Like, words can't explain how it is, mate. Like...
Now, Daniel, you managed to put some pants on in the meantime.
Yeah, mate.
That's good to hear. Do you
Is it Brisbane Brogan reporting in? We are banana benders. What does that mean? What the fuck does a banana benders, mate?
I mean, there are bananas up there. So they
Yeah,
grow
we
bananas.
fucking bend the bananas.
You know the banana tree can walk? They're the only walking trees.
What do you mean it can walk?
It like uproots itself and plants itself back in slowly towards a source of water. They walk around.
Over the course of how many years, though?
Like 10 seconds. No, I mean over a long time.
What?
But they do move.
The fuck, man? No fucking way.
So yeah, they can come sneak up onto your
These
house.
sick cunts.
Horrible.
Those banana
Yeah.
trees are sick fucking cunts.
It's a banana.
Banana is what your ear looked like until recently? Okay, dude. Oh, banana benders are bottoms. Bomb burglars are tops. Wait, bomb burglar is a thing?
I don't know. I don't think this is even Australian
No,
anymore.
you
This is
just made that up. No, I said bum burglar as his like underpants. I thought
That was pretty close.
and I thought it was like the brand. There's no way that's a real thing. Yeah. When some bogan's having to go at your Sheila? No, rooting your Sheila.
You twat him with your thong? I thought
Yeah,
twat
you
was
trying
vagina.
to when some fucking bogans having to go trying to root your Sheila. We gotta do is
It's getting worse.
whip out the fucking bum burglar.
I don't know.
Whip out the fucking bomb burglar. Show you Sheila why she fucking dated you in the first place, mate. Fucking hell.
I'm Serbian. I'm not even Australian, and I feel like
Yeah, no.
I feel embarrassed.
Check out this, bro. The big bogan. Wait, what? Bogan Shire, the proposal to erect a statue of a bogan at a mixed reception. This statue was erected on the 9th of September. The statue has continued to cause some controversy. Oh.
I mean, I don't even know what the accent is anymore.
Controversy. The St. Mark's Anglican Church minister came up with the idea of erecting a big sculpture that draws tourists to, how do you say that?
Ningen?
Ningen?
I don't know. I've never been there.
The Bogan Shire Council began the process. What
Process?
The
We could do lessons. Sound it out.
Oi, Frodo, you sick cunt. You got to get out of the Bogan Shire and fuck off to Mordor.
I think these guys could be Australians.
Your non-American Angloid accents are horrendous. I don't think so. I think it's fine. It's fine. Fine. It's proper fine. All right. Let's do something.